Oh my goodness, it is officially the 13th day, Thursday the 13th of February of the year 2025 of our Lord. Thank you. Cheers to everyone. Thank you for being here in the future, not now. Thank you for being here whenever it is that you are here. Thank you. And welcome. You're wanted. You're wanted here right now. So thank you for being here. I mean, I don't want you here now. I want you here when you're here. So thank you for being here now, whenever now is for you. Right? Because we want it to be comfortable. I don't want you here at 1:30 in the morning. It's 1:30 in the morning on a Thursday. Who's going to be here at 1:30 in the morning on a Thursday? Me. And you're going to be here whenever it is you're here. Hopefully, also at 1:30 in the morning on a Thursday. Woo! Yeah, man. Cheers. So, we've got our Picatinny vertical grip going out. Dang, that's a good looking grip. I'm not going to lie. It's a good looking piece. You can see I've got 3 of them here. But 2 of them are set and ready to ship. So today is about getting our cross paint. We got to paint 2 crosses up. At least a cross pack, anyway. Oh, I need some paper towel to start the day off. We're going to take a break here in about 10 minutes. We're going to take a little smoke break. So just chill with me until then. And then chill even harder. So I know you're probably ready. Probably feeling it. You're probably itching. Ah, man. Gotta take a break. I feel that. Trust me. I'm there with you. Problem is when you get starving, I do like to smoke after I eat. Kind of weird smoking before. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just personal preference. Enjoy the smoke after. All right, let's make up some silver. Okay. Mica powder, pearl white. All right, so I don't want to touch it. I'm not trying to get any of that silver powder on my hands. Put a a few dabs of clear resin on there. We might need, I don't think we've got much to paint, honestly. I think it's just the one rose pack. This is kind of excessive for one. For just one. I'm thinking eventually I'll get like blacked out bottles, kind of like the old ketchup and mustard bottles from like A&W root beer, you know, the ones that were brown, like a crap brown. We need one of those. Alrighty, where's the victim? Right here. This is how we're starting out. Just a black cross here. You can't even. So there you go. Okay, here we go. So I don't want to get it too low because this, right at the bottom of the cross, it's really tough for me to sand that area where it's kind of a swoop. Where the grip kind of cuts back. Very good. Get one vertical wipe. One vertical wipe. Not too much down pressure. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Ah, shucks. I think that one might have been a little bit deep. Don't really like it. All right, take two. Pooper wants to go outside. It's cold outside, Poopers. All right, let's get you out there. All right, this is going into the oven, as is, just like this. Light bit of sanding. All right, it's noodle time. I can smell the noodles. All right, come here. Okay, come here. Friday. Where did we leave off yesterday? I think it was the Barconian cipher.
Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him, shall we?
Come in. Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor.
Quiet, Billy. Quiet.
The dog seemed very pleased with himself tonight. Did they have a good day?
Yes, the three of us did, my boy. Go on, run off out the patio. I took a 7-iron and some old golf balls on the beach this afternoon. I improved my game, I think, and the dogs had a great time chasing the golf balls. On the way home, the little rascals had a furious battle with an elderly pelican, so their day was complete.
I'll have to join you on one of your afternoon strolls, Doctor. You and the dog seem to have so much fun.
Oh, I'll be glad of your company, Mr. Bartell. Well, draw up your usual chair, and I'll get on with tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure.
From the hint you gave us last week, I guess a Frenchman played a prominent part in the story?
Yes, indeed he did, Mr. Bartell. His name was Francois Lavilla. He was a detective of some note in his own country. The time my story begins, it was in 1889, to be exact. Lavilla had come over to London to discuss with Holmes the difficulties of translating some of his monographs into the French language. At this particular time, I was in the early days of my marriage, Mr. Bartell, and this fact, combined with a busy practice, meant that I saw very little of my old friend.
He must have missed you, Doctor.
Oh, indeed, well, of course, he never admit the fact, but to get on with my story. One cloudless June afternoon, I found myself in the neighborhood of Baker Street, and I couldn't resist paying a visit to Holmes. Mrs. Hudson was out, but having retained my old latchkey, I let myself in and mounted the familiar stairs. It gave me a strange feeling as I raised my hand to knock on what once had been my own living room door.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you...
Watson, my dear fellow. How very nice to see you again.
It's great to see you, Holmes. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No.
I didn't know that you had company.
Not at all, my dear fellow. We're delighted, Dr. Lavilla. Watson, this is Monsieur Lavilla.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
Enchanté, monsieur. I have often wished to meet the so charming Dr. Watson. Holmes has told me a great deal about you.
Oh, it's very nice of you, sir.
That suits you, Watson. You look splendid, old fellow. Gained a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, yes, a few pounds, I mean.
Come, sir, sit down, won't you?
You sure that I'm not interrupting you in some important discussion?
Oh, no.
No, mon cher docteur. We were having a good-natured argument on the relative abilities of the French criminal compared to the English.
Oh, interesting.
You must lend me your support, Watson. Monsieur Lavilla is convinced that the English criminal is a very dull dog indeed.
Well, we've met some far from dull ones in our time. I assure you, Monsieur Lavilla.
The exceptions rather than the rule, I fear, mon cher docteur.
You're stubborn, aren't you, Lavilla?
Believe me, my dear friend, that I will yield to no one in my admiration of your knowledge and skill. That is why I wish I could persuade you to practice in Paris. There you would find opponents really worthy of your steel. What can happen to interest you in this land of grey fogs, boiled potatoes, and pots of tea?
Gracious for myself, sir, you're not very flattering.
Oh, don't be so insular, Watson.
Oh, I meant no offense, my friend.
Well, you say that the English criminal is dull. Well, perhaps if you were to read a published story of mine called A Study in Scarlet, you'd think differently. It tells of a very exciting adventure that Holmes and I had.
I have read it, my friend.
Oh, you have?
An extremely gripping story, but surely you will admit that the crime was essentially of American origin.
He's right, Watson. He's perfectly right, dear me. What can I do to vindicate the dishonor of the London criminal? Let me see. Oh, yes, of course. A copy of today's Times. That's fine. I shall introduce you to a section known as the agony column. Where is it now? Oh, yes, here we are. This should convince you of the color and variety of English life.
The agony column?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds most painful. What is it, Frank?
A personal column is liable to contain anything from a lover's frantic appeal to his lady love to a ransom note.
In my profession, I have frequently found it an invaluable medium for contacting the underworld. Yes, now, here we are. Here's something. Dear me. Oh, dear, no. Today's column seems rather uninspired, I'm afraid.
May I examine it?
Of course, here you are.
Merci. If the lady who helped my little boy across the road at the corner of Treadwell Street and High Auburn last Wednesday at 4. We'll get in touch with Box 845. She will learn of something to her advantage. We can be more colorful than that in Paris, my friend.
Yes, I think we can do better than that, too. Yeah, look at this, will you?
Printer must have been half asleep when he set up the type for this advertisement. Will any gentleman interested in discussing cryptography and cipher writing please communicate with Box XQL 696, the time?
Oh, I fail to find this message any more stirring than the preceding one.
You notice the execrable printing, don't you?
Indeed, I do. It is all mixed up. The first word, will, starts with a capital W and a capital I. The second word, any, starts with a small a, and then has a capital N and Y. It is a shocking example of typography.
And when it occurs on a paper noted for its excellence in typesetting, one realizes that this is no mistake.
What do you mean, huh?
This is undoubtedly a code message.
Come now, my friend. I defy even you to make a mystery out of a printer's negligence.
I accept your challenge, my dear Levian. If you recall, the Baconian bilateral cipher depends upon the use of two sizes of type. If we group the letters...
A couple bread ends
the
and some
arrangement
spaghetti,
of small
fucking
and
glass of
capital
water.
letters within the group should give us the message. Now, let's see. 2 capitals followed by 3 small gives us the letter H. Then 2 capitals, 1 small, 2 more. That gives us E. H.
I still think you are trying to make an adventure out of a mere printing accident.
No mere printing accident could so readily fall into one of the great traditional ciphers. Now, let's see. This message reads H-E-L, help, Q, too small, Q-I, quilter, help, quilter, L, too small and large, elms, help, quilter, elms, there it is, yes, pench, help, quilter, elms, pench.
Help, Quilter, Elms, Pench. Oh, what does that mean?
Presumably there's a man named Quilter who lives in a house called the Elms in the village of Penge needs help.
Ah, I see it now. A helpless victim held prisoner. He smuggles out this message as a harmless personnel, with strict instructions that it be printed on this art form. He knows that the amateurs of cryptography, to whom it is addressed, will decipher this call for help. Et voilà.
Monsieur Lavia, you seem ready to grant that adventure can exist in London after all.
The advantage, my dear Watson, of a more mercurial temperament than we Englishmen possess. Well, Levian, what about it? So we set off for Penge and rescue the ingenious Mr. Quilter from whatever dire fate awaits him in the Elms?
I'm all impatience.
Splendid. Watson, I suppose you're too busy to join us.
Too busy?
Well, in your practice, I'm sure that you have patience.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. As a matter of fact, I have 2 further visits to make today. One to a peppery old miser who has gout, and the other to a wealthy society woman who has an acute attack of hypochondria, they call it. Little places with a hell of both. I'm coming with you, Holmes, if you want me.
Bravo, Watson. Then grab your hat and coat. The game's afoot.
Here you are, gents. The Helms Penge. Nice afternoon for a drive, wasn't it? Afraid it'll cost you 15 bob, though.
There's a sovereign for you. You can keep the change.
Lovely, thank you, Governor. Top of the evening to you, gents.
So this is the Elms, eh? Quite a bit of land for such a modest neighborhood.
To call it the Elms seems remarkably inappropriate. I cannot see an elm tree in sight.
So you see, Levian, the English have more imagination than you give them credit for.
Are you just going to walk up to the front door and knock, Holmes?
Why not? The direct approach is often the most satisfactory.
Oh, you disappoint me. I had hoped that perhaps you would adopt one of the disguises in which you are so adept, I am told.
Well, since it's unlikely that these people know me by sight, that's hardly necessary, is it? However, I trust that this little problem may reward you with some colorful highlights before we're through.
Oh, great Scott. Revolver shots. They came from the house.
Ah, we are too late. Monsieur Quilter has been murdered.
No, I think not. You will observe that the next-door neighbor to the Elms was mowing his front lawn as we drove up. He is still engaged in the same occupation. Obviously, revolver shots attract little attention in this vicinity.
Mon Dieu, you mean that violence and sudden death are so common that they do not attract even the passing interest?
No, Villa. Even the British are not as pragmatic as that.
Then what is the answer to those shots, Holmes?
Some member of this household is addicted to pistol practice. The fact that a shooting target is nailed to the back of that fence over there would further support the theory.
Well, that's rather ominous, in my opinion.
Well, here we are at the front door. Let's keep our wits about us anyway.
Are you carrying a revolver, Dr. Watson?
No, only a stethoscope, I'm afraid. I was prepared for sickness when I left the house today, and not for crime.
I, too, am unarmed. How about you, Monsieur Holmes?
Only a magnifying glass, I'm afraid. Hardly a very lethal weapon.
Yes?
My friends and I were calling on Mr. Coulter.
Oh? Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and these are my friends, Dr. Watson and Monsieur Leviat.
How do you do, madam? How do you do?
Is Mr. Quilter expected?
I don't know. We read his advertisement in the agony column of the Times today and came down here at once. Are you a relation of his?
I'm his niece.
Oh.
My name is Doris Faversham. Come in, won't you?
Miss Faversham, I suppose it is.
Yes, Doctor. It's Miss Faversham.
We had 3 revolver shots as we were walking up the driveway. They gave us quite a start.
Yes, mademoiselle. We were afraid that we might have arrived at the time of tragedy.
Yes, indeed.
Tragedy. Oh, my hobby is revolver shooting. I was doing some target practice in the back garden as you arrived.
Revolver shooting, Miss Faversham. Very interesting. I flatter myself that I'm something of a marksman myself.
Oh, really? Well, perhaps we can have a match. Won't you sit down?
Your challenge intrigues me, Miss Faversham, but before I accept it, I should like to see Mr. Quilter.
Well, Uncle George is paralyzed, you know. Spends all his time in a wheelchair. I'm not at all sure he'll see you.
Well, you can ask him, can't you, Miss Faversham?
It is his custom at this time of the day to take a little nap. Perhaps tomorrow.
Doris!
He's still awake. Yes, Uncle. Some men have come to see you, Uncle.
Bring him in, bring him in.
Follow me, gentlemen. Uncle, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Monsieur
Leviat.
Monsieur Leviat.
How do you
How
do,
do
sir?
you do, sir? How do you do?
Sherlock Holmes, eh? Took you long enough to decipher my message and get here, didn't it? Your brother's a much faster worker, isn't he?
Oh, what makes you say that, Mr. Quilter?
Received this telegram from him at 11 o'clock this morning. Read it for yourself.
Well, what'd you say, Holmes?
Suggest you consult my brother Sherlock, and it's signed Mycroft Holmes. Yes, Mr. Quilter, my brother is a much faster worker. Or shall we say that he suffers from the unfortunate habit of early rising. He undoubtedly read the agony column 3 hours before I did today.
Don't know about that, but I've been expecting you all day. I imagine you know why I inserted that advertisement.
Well, I had the impression that you were under some form of restraint, that you were in need of a rescue party, as it were.
Rubbish. My advertisement was a piece of subtle bait. The only person that could decipher the message would obviously be someone who knew the Baconian cipher.
Very logical deduction, Mr. Quilter.
You see, I'm convinced, as any sensible man should be, that the so-called Shakespearean plays were written by Sir Francis Bacon.
All right, please
But I
take a
felt that
break
it
with
needed
me
a clever man
now.
to prove the fact. I was sure that anyone who was able to decipher my message was the man I needed. And what will it take, Mr. Holmes, to do the job? I'm a rich man, name your fee.
You mean to say that you inveigled Mr. Holmes down here just to do some research on the origin of Shakespeare's work?
Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Dr. Watson. My uncle has offered to pay him a handsome fee.
Well, what do you say, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
An interesting subject for research. I'll concede that
Left my lighter
Mr. Donnelly
upstairs.
and others have proved almost beyond doubt that William Shakespeare of Stratford-on-Avon did not write the plays, but I greatly doubt that Lord Bacon did. I may devote my leisure in later years to some investigation on the subject, but in the meanwhile, Mr. Quilter, I'm afraid I'm much too busy to undertake such an assignment.
Oh, please yourself. Show the gentleman out, Doris.
Goodbye, sir.
Good day, sir.
Too bad you had this long drive down here for nothing,
Yes,
gentlemen.
I'm afraid I quite agree on it.
It would seem to me that your uncle has a distinct talent for practical joking, mademoiselle.
Uncle? Oh, Uncle never made a joke in his life. Mr. Holmes, now that you're here, perhaps you'd like to indulge in a little shooting match.
Thank you, Miss Faversham, but as I told your uncle, I'm a busy man. Good evening to you.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Holmes, old fellow, you're losing your touch. You've never made a blunder like this if I'd still been with you.
It is comforting for an aspiring detective like myself to know that the great Sherlock Holmes is fallible.
Then am I to assume that I must continue the case alone?
What do you mean, continue the case? There isn't one. Because there's in no danger.
He's in desperate danger.
What?
I'm only afraid I may be too late to save him.
But we have just spoken to the man.
Oh, no. Did neither of you notice the traces of fresh loam on the boots of that supposedly paralyzed man? Gentlemen, I fear the agony column has led us to murder.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. Time enough for me to mention that any meal is a better meal when it's served with a Petri dinner wine. If you're having chicken or fish, use Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a subtle, delicately flavored white wine that looks and tastes like captured sunshine. If you're having a roast or chops or any kind of meat or meat dish, then by all means serve Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a hearty, full-flavored red wine. One of the most delicious red wines you ever poured from a bottle.
Okay,
Why not
here
get a
we
bottle
go.
of each?
One,
Petri
two,
Burgundy
you know what to
and
do.
Petri Sauterne. Then, no matter what you have for dinner, you'll surely have the right wine, a Petri wine. Well, Doctor, why did you have to break off your story there?
Well, I had to break it off somewhere, Mr. Bartell, and that seemed to be the most exciting spot.
It certainly was. I was convinced that the great Sherlock Holmes had been fooled for once. What happened next?
Well, my boy, needless to remark, we did not get into a cab and go back to London, but let me pick up the story at the same place that I broke it off. As Holmes said,
Gentlemen, I fear the agony column has led us to murder.
murder?
There was fresh earth on the soles of his boots, you say?
Distinct traces, proving that the man in the wheelchair was not
And
paralyzed.
that man, whoever he is, was impersonating Quilter to put us off the track.
And the real Quilter may have been killed.
I'm afraid so. Let's stop here for a moment, shall we, while we make our plans. This hedge will hide us from the house in case they're watching from the windows. Now, this isn't a hard picture to reconstruct. There undoubtedly is or was a paralyzed Baconian scholar named Quilter. He managed to smuggle out that ingenious plea for help, but Mycroft's unfortunate telegram gave the game away.
I see it now. The people in there, holding him prisoner, forced him to reveal what he has done.
What they may have done to him, heaven alone knows.
One of the criminals, guessing from the telegram that I might appear on the case, posed as the crippled Quilter.
What's our next move, Holmes?
Remember that singularly unattractive young lady skilled with a revolver? We must search the grounds as unobtrusively as we can.
Search the grounds? For what?
I can answer that question, Monsieur Doctor. We search for signs of the freshly turned earth of a grave.
Well, we didn't find any traces of the poor devil's corpse, thank heaven.
No. A great disappointment.
Jimmy, you're very bloodthirsty to be young. Hello. Look at the old fellow trimming the hedge over there.
That's the gardener.
Let's have a chat then, shall we? May be able to give us some information. Good evening to you. Evening to you, gentlemen.
Really?
You work for Mr. Quilter?
That I do, sir. That I do.
Very fine work, too. I've seldom seen a better kept garden.
I thank you, sir. I do pride myself in my
I
work.
wonder if you can help me.
Be glad to if I can, sir.
Did you see a telegraph boy deliver a message here this morning?
That I did, sir. The boy came here about 10 o'clock this morning. I was a clipping the front edge at the time.
And you've been working here ever since?
Yes, sir. Brought my lunch with me today and ate it in the garden.
Has anyone entered or left the house since that telegram was delivered?
No, sir. No one except yourself.
I see. I suppose you occasionally run errands for Mr. Quilter?
Not much these days, sir. The poor old gentleman keeps his chair in the house pretty much all the time, sir. I did run a message for him yesterday.
Oh, you did? Where to?
Well, sir, I was pruning the rose bushes under his study windows when the window opens and his hand comes out with a message. He told me to take it to the village office of the Times and to tell him to print it just the way it was. He looked kind of worried when he gave me the message, and he whispered to me, just as if he was afraid in his own house.
I'm much obliged to you. Here's 5 shillings for your trouble.
Oh, thank you, sir. Much obliged to you, I'm sure.
Good evening.
Good evening to you, gentlemen.
So that's how the message was smuggled out.
And no one has come to the house or left it since the telegram was delivered.
Therefore, Quilter or his body must still be inside that house.
We are going to search the house?
Yes, we are.
But we're not armed, and they certainly are. They probably won't even let us in.
As they will, we have an infallible key to entry, a woman's vanity. Come on.
be able to resist my challenge to a pistol match, Mr. Holmes.
Exactly, Miss Havisham. We had difficulty in finding a cab and decided to take a train back to London. There was an hour's wait, so I thought I'd accept your challenge.
Good. Come in. We'll go into the back garden.
Thank you.
Don't talk loudly. I think Uncle's asleep in the next room.
Don't bring anybody in here, guys. I want to sleep.
All right, Uncle. This way, gentlemen.
If your uncle wants to sleep, seems a funny sort of alibi.
Oh, well, he's used to that, Doctor. Here we are. This is the 50-yard range, Mr. Holmes. 3 shots, best aggregate score wins. How much do you want to bet?
You name the stake. Name the stakes, Miss Havisham.
A sovereign?
Certainly. You take the first 3 shots?
Very well. I must just check that it's loaded. Yes, 6 bullets. All right, here I go.
Bravo, Miss Havisham. Splendid.
Bullseye and 2 winners. I can do better. Your turn, Mr. Holmes.
Doris, who are these men?
Friends of mine. I'll introduce you in a minute, Geoffrey. We're in the middle of a match at the moment. Your turn, Mr. Holmes.
The revolver, please.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You're sure you know how to handle a revolver?
Oh, quite sure, thanks.
And why are you pointing it at me?
Because I want you to raise your hands above your head. You too, whatever your name is. Doris, who are these men? Put up your hands. I shan't hesitate to shoot, I assure you. Come on. That's it.
What in heaven's name do you think you're up to?
Finding out what became of the real Mr. Quilter. Search the man, Watson.
Right, you are, Holmes.
P.R. Go into the house, will you, and search it.
Yes, but of course.
Hello, this man had a revolver on his hip.
Keep him covered with it.
Here, stand still, you.
Now, sir, who are you? From your resemblance to the man in the wheelchair that we saw earlier, I should say that you're a member of the same family.
We're both relatives of Mr. Quilter.
That's right. My name's Davies. I'm from the Australian branch of the family.
Relatives. Yes, and doubtless you stood to inherit his estate in the event of Quilter's death. You moved in on this defenseless old man, terrorized him, lived off him, and finally found it necessary to destroy him.
You're talking absolute rubbish.
He's telling the truth, and you know it. I can tell by your expressions.
Go back into the house, both of you. Come on. And keep your hands raised. All right, that's it. Come on. Lead the way into the study. The man posing as Mr. Quilter is still there. We heard him call out as we came in.
Yes, we might as well confront the 3 of them together. Yes, he's still seated in the chair. He seems to be asleep.
Here. Did you find anything?
Not a trace of the missing men, Monsieur Holmes.
Davis, what did you do with Mr. Quilter?
I didn't do anything with him.
Of course not. He's sitting there in that chair.
Well, it's no good lying to us. We know that man's an imposter.
This is a fantastic situation. Nobody has left this house since the telegram arrived, and nobody has come to it yet. Mr. Quilter has vanished.
Good Lord, how can he sleep through all this talk? You think he'd been drugged?
The PR. We are idiots. You are unquestionably the most promising detective in France, and some people have been kind enough to grant me a similar status in England, and yet my old friend Watson has just solved the case.
Nothing. Just too happy to... What? Solved it? Well, how?
Listen to the breathing of that man in the chair.
What?
He's been drugged. There sits the real Mr. Quilter, the persecuted victim who sent a cipher message for help.
The man we spoke to earlier.
Was you, Mr. Davies, impersonating Quilter. After you'd received us, you took off your disguise, adopted an Australian accent, and then hid your drug victim by placing him in his own wheelchair, knowing that would be the last place we'd look for him.
And they would have kept him here until we had gone and then murdered him.
What a devilish plot.
Well, what have you got to say for yourselves?
It was Jeffrey's idea, not mine. I didn't have anything to do with it.
That's a dirty lie. You were in this as much as I am.
Oh, this is splendid, simply splendid. Please continue the argument. It'll make interesting evidence in court.
You can't take us into court.
Of course you can't. What's the charge? Quilter's still alive, isn't he?
When Mr. Quilter revives under Dr. Watson's ministrations, you will be charged, I have no doubt, with attempted murder, abduction, sequestration, duress, and probably several other counts. Monsieur Villard, if you will find us a cab, we'll take these miscreants to Scotland Yard. Our work is done.
There you are, Mr. Bill. Punctual to the minute as always.
Well, this is one doctor's appointment I'm eager to keep.
I was going to say, so, my boy, draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks. Well, Doctor, today's April the 1st. Did anyone try and play any jokes on you?
Just about so, but I'm happy to say that nobody caught me. Not as in the story that I'm going to tell you tonight, but an April Fool's Day prank certainly scored a bullseye.
I see you have the dispatch box out again, Doctor. Been refreshing your memory?
Yes, I have. Now, when I tell you the adventure took place in 1881, I think you'll agree that after such a lapse of time, a man can hardly rely on memory alone.
1881? Say, Doctor, tonight's adventure must have been one of the really early ones.
Yes, it was indeed. In fact, to be exact, it took place only a little while after Sherlock Holmes and I had first met and had taken up lodging together.
How was the great detective in those early days?
Listen to me, Mr. Bartell. To give you an example, my boy, I'd shared at Baker Street lodgings with him for over a month before I was even certain of his profession, the knowledge of which I learned to my awe and astonishment when our first adventure together took place.
Well, that was the one you called a study in scarlet, wasn't it, Doctor?
What a memory you've got. But even after that adventure, I found myself wondering at times what I let myself in for, sharing lodgings with a strange companion. It was in one of those moods of doubt and confusion that my story begins. Late one March evening, I found myself in the neighborhood of Piccadilly Circus. Cold and a steady drizzle of rain had dampened my spirits. I felt a glass of wine and the sound of music put me in a better mood. And so, Mr. Bartell, I entered the Criterion restaurant. As I sat with a glass of rare vintage port at my elbow, the orchestra playing a dreamy Strauss waltz in the background, I couldn't help thinking of the last time that I'd been there. It was the night I met a young medical student by the name of Stamford. He was the man who first introduced me to Sherlock Holmes. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned, and to my amazement, once again, young Stamford was standing before me.
Watson, or should I say Dr. Watson. How are you, my dear chap?
Hello, Stamford. Come and sit down.
Thanks. I'm glad to see that you're not holding any grudge against me
Why on earth should I do that?
for introducing you to Sherlock Holmes. I've reproached myself ever since. I think he's as mad as a
Not
hatter.
at all. He may be eccentric. In fact, I'll admit that he is eccentric, but he's an extraordinarily interesting fellow. He'll make a great name for himself as a private detective one of these days. You'll see if I'm not right, Stamford.
I saw something about him in the paper the other day.
I think that was the Larston Gardens affair, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
He's a brilliant man, Stamford. Quite brilliant. So I must admit he's just for a time. He works like a fiend as a rule, but occasionally a reaction sets him for days at a time. He'll lie on our sofa, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. It's depressing, I must say.
I think he takes himself too seriously.
Yes, that's you're right.
How would you like to join in a little plot?
Thought, against Holmes?
Yes, just a rag, you know. We thought it'd be rather fun.
We?
Murphy and I, we were just talking about it. I'll call him over. Murphy?
Oh, but Murphy, I've seen him before somewhere, haven't I?
I'm sure you must have done. He's been around at the hospital, and any time you go into the British Museum, you'll find him there. Nice fella, but dull, definitely dull.
Yes, Stamford.
Oh, this is a friend of mine, John Watson. This is James Murphy.
How do I think I've seen you at the hospital?
And I know I've seen you, Dr. Watson.
Oh, sit down and come and join us, won't you?
Thank you very much.
I was just telling Watson about our little plot.
Oh, you mean about Sherlock Holmes?
Now, look here. I'd like you fellas to realize that Holmes is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, don't worry, Watson. This is all in good fun. Don't you realize what date is tomorrow?
1st of April, isn't it?
Yes, April Fool's Day.
Oh, now I see. You're going to play an April Fool's Day joke on Holmes.
Yes, that's our plan.
Well, it's hardly our plan, Stamford. It's really Lady Anne Partington's idea. You see, Holmes was very rude to her when she visited the hospital recently, and she wants to, take him down a peg or two.
Sounds innocent enough, but I must say he's inclined to be rather arrogant at times. Well, what's the plan?
Well, we'll need your help, Watson. You must be careful not to give the joke away. I'll bet you a $5 that Holmes falls for the whole story, hook, line, and sinker. Now, here's exactly what we're planning to do. Lady Anne is going to call on Holmes at Baker Street in the morning. Lady Anne, I'm very excited that you called to see me in my professional capacity.
Surely, my dear man, you didn't think this was a social call. You were much too rude to me at the hospital the other day for that.
That was the point I was trying to make. Please sit down, would you?
Take this chair, won't you, Lady Anne? It's by far the most comfortable chair in the room.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Watson.
And now, what can I do to help you?
You've heard of the Elphinstone Emerald.
Oh, yes, indeed. A magnificent stone of very considerable value. An heirloom in your family, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I keep it in a wall safe in my bedroom. This morning, when I had occasion to go to the safe, I discovered that the emerald had been stolen.
Stolen? Scott. Shocking business. Of course, you want Mr. Holmes to recover it for you.
A remarkable deduction, my dear doctor. Lady Anne, when you opened the safe, did you observe any signs of it having been tampered with?
Oh, I think it's rather stupid to sit and answer questions here in Baker Street. Why don't you come over to my house in Cavendish Square and examine the safe for yourself? You are a detective, aren't you?
Lady Anne, just now you accused me of rudeness. I assure you that mine at least was unintentional.
Oh, come home. Don't be so touchy.
I can promise you a substantial fee, Mr. Holmes.
I'm a struggling practitioner and a new profession, eh? My poverty, but not my will, consents.
I pay thy poverty, and not thy will. You see, I can quote my Shakespeare too, Mr. Holmes. My carriage is waiting, gentlemen. Let's drive over to Cavendish Square at once, shall we? This is the wall safe, Mr. Holmes.
Not so difficult a safe to crack for an expert. You placed the emerald in it last night, you say?
Yes, when I went to bed. And this morning, it had gone.
Well, surely, Holmes, this is a good occasion to use that magnifying glass that you're always fitting about.
Excellent occasion, my dear doctor. That's why I brought it with me. Uh-huh. That's very interesting.
What is it?
This safe was opened by an expert. There's the sign of its having been forced. Hello.
What have you discovered?
There's a peculiar tarnish on the steel knob. It was obviously handled by someone whose fingers are habitually stained with chemicals.
Amazing, Holmes.
Let me mention, my dear doctor. Where does that door lead to?
My boudoir.
I should like to examine it if I may.
Oh, but of course.
Thank you, Lady Anne.
Dr. Watson, this is the most beautiful April Fool's Day fraud I've ever played.
Murphy was right. He has fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Just the same, I'm beginning to feel guilty. I can't help feeling a bit disloyal.
Oh, nonsense. It's all in fun.
Are Stamford and Mr. Murphy listening?
Yes, they're next door in my drawing room. I'm sure their ears are positively glued to the keyhole.
Well, I do hope Holmes won't be angry with me.
Shh, here he comes.
Nothing of any interest in there. The windows haven't been tampered with. We may presume, therefore, that the thief did not enter by an upstairs window. Lady Anne,
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
this room has not been touched since you discovered your loss?
Oh, no. I told the servants to leave it exactly as it was while I came to fetch you.
Splendid, splendid. Deep pile carpet, eh? Consider. The thief was a tall man with a long stride.
Oh, come, Holmes. I know your methods, but there aren't any footprints on this carpet that you can identify, even with your magnifying
My
glass.
dear doctor, I've studied many crimes, and I've never seen one yet that was committed by a flying creature. As long as the criminal remains on his two legs, there must be some trifling displacement to be detected by a keen observer. I assure you that the marks on this carpet indicate that the thief was a tall man with a long stride. Traces of tobacco ash, pipe tobacco, shag tobacco, that sells at fourpence an ounce.
Now, really, Mr. Holmes, how can you possibly identify an individual tobacco?
Oh, it's a hobby of mine. In fact, I've even written a monograph on the subject. Now, one more look at the safe itself. Hello. What's this powder dust? What? It's rosin. Trace of rosin. Lady Anne, I suggest that you get in touch with Scotland Yard at once.
You mean that you've solved it, Holmes?
I mean, my dear doctor, that I can give you a reasonably complete picture of the thief, and that picture is so individual that I'd be surprised if it would fit more than one man in London.
What? This is pure magic, Mr. Holmes. Please describe him to me.
Well, he's a tall man. The width of his stride indicates that, and he's thin.
Well, what enables you to tell that, Holmes?
His footprints have made a remarkably light indentation on the lap of the carpet. Our thief dabbles extensively in chemicals, as indicated by the tarnishing of the knob on the safe, and the traces of rosin would suggest that he plays the violin also. He smokes shag tobacco, has a great practical knowledge of the ways of combination locks, and he's obviously in close contact with the criminal classes.
How do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, he wouldn't steal a famous stone unless he knew how to dispose of it through some trustworthy fence.
Yes, it's a very comprehensive picture, Holmes. I almost feel as if I knew the chap.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm sure there's only one man in London, and it shouldn't be hard to trace him.
I agree entirely, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, I think the joke has gone far enough.
Joke? What do you mean?
You're quite right, Holmes, in saying there's only one such man in London. You've just given a perfect description of yourself.
April Fool. Dr. Stamford, Mr. Murphy, you can come in now.
April Fool, Holmes.
Come along here, into the drawing room, everyone. Let us drink a glass of wine to Mr. Holmes, who has so graciously forgiven us for the little trick we played on him. And also to Dr. Stamford, who thought of the whole idea.
No hard feelings, Holmes.
Oh, no, Doctor. Oh, it was a rather embarrassing experience.
Murphy told me about the plan. I just couldn't resist joining him.
Ah, here you are, Holmes. Here's a drink.
Thank you, Stanford.
You know Murphy, don't you?
No, I don't think we've met. How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Holmes? How did you like the little game we played on you?
It was rather a salutary experience. I suppose you gave them all the details to build up the picture of me, hey, Doctor?
Yes, I did, Holmes, and knowing some of your methods, we tried to plant every clue that you would pick up.
Very neat job, too, and incidentally, a perfect example of the dangers of deduction based on purely circumstantial evidence. I shall profit from this little lesson.
I must say it was worth a fortune in emeralds to see your face, Holmes, when you realized what you'd done.
Well, the joke's over now. By the way, where is Lady Anne?
I believe she said she was going to fetch the Openstone emerald. She thought you might be interested in seeing it.
He probably feels the sight that will salve my wounded vanity.
Oh, here she comes now.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes!
What's wrong?
What's happened, Lady Anne?
The emerald, it's not where I hid it. This time it's really stolen.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds, so I just time to remind you that there are many, many different types of wine. But if you want one wine that's fine for almost any occasion, then you want Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is fine before dinner, of course. But Petri Sherry is good after dinner, too. And it's the perfect wine for cocktail time or any time friends drop in. Everybody will love the real heart-of-the-grape flavor you get in every sip of Petri Sherry. And you can serve Petri Sherry proudly, because those letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. Petri wine. Dr. Watson, your April Fool Day plot kind of backfired on you, didn't it?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, it was a perfect example of the fighter pitch.
Well, what happened next? I suppose Sherlock Holmes went into action once again.
That's true, Mr. Bartell. It gladdened my heart to see the change in the fella. I confess I felt rather ashamed of my part in the prank, for I could see that Holmes's pride had been hurt. But now, with a definite crime before him, the difference was amazing. He suddenly became a dynamo, galvanized into action as he stood there, firing questions to the other members.
Lady Anne, who besides yourself knew of this fresh hiding place?
Both Murphy and I did.
Yes. After we'd left our deliberate clues on the safe, we went with Lady Anne and saw her secrete the emerald in the top drawer of her dressing table.
We thought it would be all right there. After all, as soon as the joke was over, I was going to put it back in the safe.
I think our wisest plan before we question the servants would be for each one of you who were in this April Fool's Day prank to submit to being searched.
Holmes, surely you don't suggest that any one of us took the emerald?
No, Stafford, I don't. But if any one of you four are not guilty, this will be a splendid way of proving your innocence.
I say steady, Holmes. You're not suggesting that Lady Anne stole her own emeralds, are you?
Are you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm suggesting nothing, but I may point out that the recent vogue for the insurance companies has provided another interesting motive for these so-called thefts.
I resent your insinuation. It's outrageous.
Lady Anne, if I'm to recover your emerald, I must at least consider every possibility. The search is the most immediate practical action. Perhaps you'll retire into the next room when I persuade these gentlemen to submit to being searched.
Very well, but I think you're in danger of making a fool of yourself once again.
Wait, don't go, Lady Anne. Search won't be necessary.
What do you mean, Murphy?
I must throw myself on your mercy, Lady Anne. I confess that I stole the emerald.
Murphy!
After you put it in the drawer, Lady Anne, I slipped back into the room and took it out.
Murphy, that's a criminal action.
I know it, but I'm poor. I need money desperately for my mathematical research. I knew the emerald was priceless, and I couldn't resist the temptation to take advantage of a joke. Here, Lady Anne, here's the stone, and please don't prosecute me. Please don't. It'd be my ruin.
May I examine the emerald, Lady Anne? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Murphy, I won't pretend that I'm not deeply shocked. I must ask you to leave my house.
But you won't prosecute me, will you? It was a moment's temptation.
No, I won't prosecute you.
Holmes, what are you doing with the emerald?
Well, knowing something of the deceptive ways of thieves, I came on this case fully prepared to test the emerald when I found it. Now, a drop of this acid from this vial, so...
Mr. Holmes, what are you doing? You'll injure the stone.
No, it's a true emerald. Uh-huh, look at that.
Good Lord, of the acid eating to the stone as if it was sugar.
Then that means...
It means, Lady Anne, that Mr. Murphy has just imperiled his honor and his freedom to steal a singularly beautiful fake.
Mr. Holmes, this joke has turned into a nightmare. Is there no way of recovering my emerald?
I hope so, Lady Anne. I've been taking steps in their logical order. The servants have all been questioned. We've searched Mr. Stanford and Mr. Murphy.
Yes, most humiliating experience. Made me feel like a criminal.
Well, personally, I was only too thankful to submit to a search this time. I knew I had nothing to worry about.
You yourself, Lady Anne, you consented to being searched by the police matron that Holmes sent for?
Only because he threatened to send for the police if I didn't. But distasteful though it was, I'd rather endure that than have this story on the front pages of the newspapers.
And in spite of all these rather unfriendly proceedings, we've got exactly nowhere as regards finding the emerald.
No, Stanford, but we have at least eliminated the possibility that the thief is secreting the jewel on his person.
Still somewhere in these 2 rooms, eh, Holmes?
I think so, though there is one remaining possibility.
And that is?
That the fake stone was substituted for the real emerald sometime before all of you engineered your April Fool's Day joke.
Oh no, Mr. Holmes, that's not possible. I know it was the genuine emerald I took out of the safe this morning.
How can you be sure? The substitute was an excellent imitation. Without a chemical test such as I performed, it would be hard to be certain.
I can tell you why I'm certain. Last night, Papa came to dinner and brought a Mr. Vanderleider of Amsterdam. He examined the stone, and you'll agree that a jewel expert like that couldn't be fooled.
That's true, Lady Anne. And what did you do with the emerald after Mr. Vanderleider left?
I locked it in my safe and went to bed. I didn't unlock the safe again until Dr. Stamford and Mr. Murphy came here this morning.
That settles it then. The real emerald is still hidden somewhere in these 2 rooms.
But where? That's the question.
I must say it's completely mystifying.
Well, let's go back to what we were all doing at the exact moment you came into the room, Lady Anne, and informed us of the loss of your stone. Now, we were
drinking a toast to you and...
That's it.
Lady Anne, hard thinking is, well, it's thirsty work.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get you something. A glass of port, perhaps?
No, thank you, but I observed that you have a remarkably comprehensive assortment of liqueurs. I wonder if I might have a glass of creme de menthe.
Oh, of course. I'll get it for you.
Creme de menthe in the middle of the day, Holmes.
I knew you were eccentric, but this really thing...
This bottle, it clings as I picked it up.
I thought it might, Lady Anne.
There's something inside it.
Allow me, madam. Thank you. I'm sure you won't mind if I waste this liqueur on the aspidestra. So, Lady Anne, allow me to restore to you the Elphinstone Emerald.
Great Scott.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Ingenious. The one safe hiding place in the room. Where could a green gem be more effectively hidden than in a bottle of green liqueur?
Who stole it? Who substituted the fake stone?
Frankly, I don't care. The gem is restored. That's all that matters. I prefer not to go to court. Neither you nor I, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, would show up in the best of lights. And my father would disapprove of this whole affair, I'm afraid.
Just as you wish, Lady Anne. In either case, I shall expect your check for my services in due course.
Here we are at the Criterion again, Stanford. Won't you come in and join us for lunch?
Thanks, Watson, but I'll keep the cab and go on. I actually have a patient this afternoon. A rare and delightful experience for a young doctor, as you probably know.
As rare and delightful as a client is for a young detective, Mr. I quite understand, and I'm correspondingly grateful to you for your profitable hopes.
I'm glad it was profitable for you. Personally, I feel pretty stupid about the whole thing. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, fella.
Goodbye. 39 Onslow Square, cabby.
You're remarkably quiet, Murphy.
Well, I'm afraid my conscience won't let me do much talking, Doctor. I'm heartily ashamed of myself. Well, thanks for the lift. I'll leave you chaps.
Oh, nonsense. You'll join us for lunch, Murphy. But no buts about it. I insist. Come on.
Well, it's awfully nice of you.
Oh, come, Murphy. Any one of us can make a foolish mistake. It's just lucky that you didn't have to pay for yours.
Monsieur wishes it, David.
Yes, the 3, please.
This way, monsieur. Does this table please you?
Excellent, thank you.
George, I'm as hungry as a hunter. How about you, Murphy?
No, I'm afraid I have very little appetite. This whole case has upset me dreadfully.
You mustn't take it so much to heart, Murphy. And by the way, Doctor, I'd like to have your opinion on the case. Who do you think staged the theft of the emerald today?
Perfectly obvious to me. Lady Anne Partington did it herself to collect insurance money. If she hadn't, she'd have insisted on your finding the thief. But you needn't worry, old chap. You get your fee all right, I'm sure of that.
I'm not worrying about the fee. But I assure you, Lady Anne did not engineer that fraud today.
You mean that it was Stanford?
Tell him who was responsible, my dear Murphy.
But how should I know?
Oh, come now, Murphy. Let's not fence any longer. You did an excellent job, a superlative job. I was almost sorry, disappointed for you.
I don't think I understand you, Holmes.
Oh, yes, you do, Murphy. You're a splendid actor, too. I was so deeply touched when you had apparently stolen a fake jewel, and all the time you knew that the real one was safely hidden in the bottle of creme de menthe. Be abstracted at your leisure. You scoundrel.
Holmes, do you mind telling me what's going on here? I'm completely and absolutely in the dark.
Surely it's obvious, my dear doctor. The imitation emerald was a brilliant copy.
What makes you so sure of that, my dear
Because
Holmes?
this April Fool's Day hoax was only conceived yesterday, or that is what you wish the others to believe. Such a superb paste gem could not have been made at such short notice. Therefore, it must have been prepared by someone who knew about the hoax before it was arranged. Now, my dear doctor, when Stanford told you about the plan last night, whose idea did he say it was?
He told me that it was Lady Anne Partington's plan.
Precisely. And yet Lady Anne referred to it today as Stanford's idea. Obviously, you, my dear Murphy, presented the plan to each as the notion of the other, and so only you could have arranged the real theft behind the hoax. I repeat, a splendid job.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. May I also compliment you on your cleverness in frustrating my plot?
Look here, what is all this? One of you is a criminal, the other is a detective. If you're throwing each other compliments as if you were in the same profession.
The dividing line between the criminal and the criminal investigator is thinner than you might imagine, my dear doctor.
How very true, my dear Holmes. Would you consider coming over to my side of the line? Together we'd make an unbeatable team.
Oh, you flatter me. Nevertheless, I must decline your offer, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, pity. On your side of the line, you'll never be a rich man. But by the way, for your edification, my name is not Murphy, though Stanford insists on thinking it is.
Then what is your name, you scoundrel?
Your friend says the word scoundrel so much better than you, Doctor. My name is Mercury.
Oh, indeed. Spelled M-U-R-T-R-Y?
No. Dear me, I have so much trouble with my name. People will either misspell it or mispronounce it. I'm afraid I'll have to begin calling it the way it looks. M-O-R-I-A-R-T-Y. Moriarty.
Moriarty. I shall remember that name. I have a feeling we shall meet again.
I trust that we shall. You won the first round, Sherlock Holmes, I admit that. But I believe that a return match is indicated.
I shall look forward to it, Moriarty. And now, Doctor, I can't stand your baleful glare any longer. Let's order lunch, shall we?
Fun. Oh, that's so cool. What a great story.
And now for our weekly visit with the genial Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and settle yourself down.
Thank you. You're looking particularly comfortable tonight, Doctor. Feet up on the sofa and the puppies asleep on your lap.
Yes, my boy. The three of us went for a long walk on the beach this afternoon. Monty and Winnie had a running battle with the seagulls. In consequence, they've been fast asleep ever since we got home.
Oh, I hope you're not too tired, Doctor. I'm counting on a new Sherlock Holmes story, you know.
No. I'm all ready for you, Mr. Foreman. In fact, I was going through my notes on the case before you arrived.
Well, last week you told us it concerned a strange society who held their meetings in an underground vault of a furniture warehouse.
Yeah, that's right, my boy. Now, down, Winnie. Sit down, Monty. No. The story really began one stormy November night in 1887. I was married at the time and living away from Baker Street. On this night in question, my wife had already gone to bed, and I was nodding in front of the fire over one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories. I'd had a very tiring day, I remember. It was about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock. When suddenly, my front doorbell jangled discordantly. Oh, our servant Edna had gone up to bed, so I coursed to the window and opened it. It was very dark, and I could just see the outline of a figure standing on my doorstep. It looked like a woman. Suddenly, a cultivated voice called up to me.
Is the doctor in?
Yes, madam. I'm the doctor.
Then please come at once. It's a matter of life and death. I have a carriage waiting.
This is me. All right. I'll be down immediately. I closed the window, scribbled a note to my wife, grabbed my coat and hat and my bag. A few minutes later, I stepped out of the front door and closed it behind me. Carriage was standing at the curb, but I couldn't see any trace of the lady who'd called me. The only person in sight was an old and repulsive-looking figure woman, dressed in rags and tatters. After a moment of bewilderment, I spoke. My good woman, did you see a lady leave here a moment ago?
No, Doctor, she didn't leave. She's still waiting for you.
Oh, forgive me, madam, but clothes are yours. I thought you were a beggar woman.
There isn't any time to discuss that now. Please get in this carriage.
But, where's the driver?
I'm going to drive. Please get in.
Well, it's only business. Are you sure that you can handle those horses, madam?
Of course I can.
Well, I wish you'd tell me the way you're driving, man.
Please don't ask me any more questions, Doctor. Your time now is soon enough.
Thank heavens we finally reached our destination. Must have driven halfway across London. Hello. Must be somewhere down near the river. No dwelling places here. Nothing but an enormous warehouse. Why have we stopped here, madam?
Well, this is where we're going. Please follow me down these steps.
I wish you'd tell me where you're taking me.
We have a club here in the basement. You'll see for yourself in a moment.
A very solid-looking door. How do you propose to get past it?
I'll show you.
Oh, it must be a very secret club of yours, madam.
It is, Doctor.
Who knocks?
Number 7.
Give the password.
To the lanterns.
You may enter.
Follow me, Doctor.
Madam, I do wish you'd tell me where you're taking me. This looks like the entrance to an opium den or a thieves' kitchen.
Don't worry, Doctor. You're in no danger. There. Does that look like a thieves' kitchen?
Great Scott, I don't believe my eyes. A luxuriously furnished room. What a strange collection of people. Some look like beggars, others in full evening dress. Amazing.
Number 7. Who is this man?
He's a doctor. I went to fetch him.
I thought I said there were to be no strangers inside.
Now look here, my good man. I've been extremely patient, but my temper's beginning to wear a little thin. Either let me see your patient at once or show me out. My time's valuable and I don't propose to waste it.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Where is Julian?
He's in the back room. And if you know what's good for you, Doctor, whatever you call yourself, you'll forget everything you see in here.
Stop threatening me, sir. I'm not the least interested in your blasted club. Just take me to the patient.
This is the man we want you to examine, Doctor.
Huh? What happened?
He fell down the stairs leading into the club room.
Well, why'd you move him?
We wanted him to be comfortable.
It's the worst thing in the world you could have done. Never move a person with an injured skull.
Is it going to be all right, Doctor?
No, madam, I'm afraid he isn't. His neck's broken. He's dead.
Huh?
Julian, dead.
You sure of that, Doctor?
Of course, I'm sure of it, my good man. I'm afraid you need an undertaker, not a doctor.
We must tell the others. All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet. Julian is dead.
Julian dead. Oh, this is terrible. Who is this man?
He's a doctor.
We better get him out of here at once. We don't want any strangers nosing about.
That's right, though. Shouldn't have brought him here anyway.
Now, just a minute. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't the slightest desire to stay here one moment longer. If you direct me to the door again, madam, I'll try to find a cab myself in this godforsaken district and go home.
Show him out and give him his money.
Follow me, please.
I'm delighted to.
you mind if I don't drive you home, Doctor?
Well, no, I should prefer it. My nerves aren't in the best of shape.
You mustn't be angry with me, Doctor, please.
Leaving again, number 7.
No, but this gentleman is. Will you see if you can find a cab for him?
Right.
To whom shall I send in my bill, madam?
Oh, here's a £5 note. That should cover your time and trouble, shouldn't it?
No. It's far too much, madam.
No, Doctor, it's late at night and it hasn't been a very pleasant case for you. Please take it.
Oh, it's very kind of you, very generous indeed. But by the way, how did you happen to come to me in the first place?
I was driving about looking for a doctor and a policeman directed me to your house.
Oh, I see.
I have found a cab for you.
Well, thank you, my man, thank you.
Oh, Doctor, may I come round in the morning for a death certificate?
Of course, because you remember my address?
Yes, but I don't know your name.
Watson. Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson? Not the Dr. Watson who's associated with Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, madam, I'm flattered that you know of me.
Good night, Doctor. And please forget about everything you've seen yesterday.
Well, upon my soul, what an amazing business. Holmes will be interested to hear about this. And that's the way it was, Holmes. One of the most curious adventures I ever had without you.
Very interesting, Watson. You say this underground cellar was luxuriously furnished.
Yes, and the people there were an amazing mixture. Some were in rags and some in evening dress.
Huh, like the nursery rhyme, eh? Some in rags and some in tags and some in velvet gowns.
Exactly. Gave me the feeling that I was taking part in a story out of the Arabian Nights. I must say, though, I was pretty angry at the time. However, after a good night's rest, I feel quite differently this morning. I thought I'd just drop round and tell you all about it.
Glad you did, my dear fellow. It would be interesting to see if any repercussions of your strange adventure reach us.
Oh, I doubt it. The woman seemed frightened to death when I mentioned your name.
We shall see. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a client. I'm not too busy. Perhaps you can stay.
No, thank you very much. Who is it, you know?
The telegram will tell you much more than I can. Arrived an hour ago.
Let's have a look. Be at your lodgings this morning to discuss our problem. Signed AMS. Pretty high-handed message. Be at your lodgings. So please. I suppose AMS stands for.
I was just toying with that problem when you arrived.
Could it be the American Medical School?
No, there's no such body. It's the American Medical Association.
Oh, yes.
The curious tone of the message inclines me to believe that the A stands for amateur.
Very possibly. Amateur Masker Society.
Or the amateur murderers. That would be a nice thought, wouldn't it? That is their representative now, no doubt, to save us further guesswork.
Holmes, it looks like the same carriage that I drove in last night. The girl standing on your doorstep, dressed in the height of fashion. Mrs. Hudson, letting her in.
Splendid. It seems that we have not heard the end of your adventure. Go and meet the lady at the top of the stairs, will you, old chap, and save Mrs. Hudson's legs.
Right, you are, huh? Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, thank you. All right, then. Come in, madam. Want to come in?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mrs. Sherlock Holmes,
At your service, madam. Won't you sit down?
I'm Lady Dorothy Brownlee.
It's your voice. You're the lady who fetched me last night, dressed up as a beggar woman.
Yes, I am, Dr. Watson. Forgive me for being so mysterious at the time.
Doubtless you have come to consult me regarding last night's unfortunate accident at the Amateur Mendicants Society.
How did you know what the initials stood for, Mr. Holmes?
Well, after hearing Dr. Watson's story of last night's happenings, the connotation seemed obvious. Am I right?
Perfectly. Last night, when Dr. Watson told us Julian was dead, we thought it was an accident.
And now you think it is murder, eh? Lady Brownlee, if you expect my help, there must be no more mystery. Just what is this Amateur Mendicant Society?
I'm afraid it'll be a little hard for you to understand our motives. We're a group of people, rather wealthy people, I suppose, who find pleasure in deliberately leading a seamy life disguised as beggars. We use the basement that you were in last night, Doctor, as our headquarters.
We keep our beggars' clothes there and change out of them before we go home.
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
What a futile, worthless way of spending your leisure time, Lady Brownlee.
I suppose it must seem so, Mr. Holmes. But we're curious to learn how the other half lives. And of course, there's a certain thrill in rubbing shoulders with the police. At least we do some good.
Indeed. I should be interested to learn how.
All the money we make as beggars, we give to charity.
Oh, do you really? And you feel that this gesture on your part absolves you from any responsibility to the real beggars whose livelihood you're impairing?
I hadn't thought of it just like that.
No.
Then I suppose you won't want to help us.
Oh, that's quite another matter, madam. As a professional detective, I cannot afford to be a moralist. Yes, I will investigate this case for you, though I warn you my fee will be an extremely high one.
Money isn't important, Mr. Holmes, as long as we can solve Julian's death without bringing the police into the case.
Lady Brownlee, who is the dead man? The man you refer to as Julian?
Julian Trapper, the poet. He was the one who started our society.
Yes, I think I've read some of his work. Decadent. Distinctly decadent.
Well, what makes you think that he was murdered, Lady Brownlee?
After you left last night, Dr. Watson, there was a terrible scene. You remember Sidney Holt?
Oh, was he the big fellow who was so unpleasant to him?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, do I remember him?
He said that he saw Lord Cecil deliberately trip Julian as he came to the head of the staircase.
Oh, Lord Cecil being...
Lord Cecil Dillenthorpe, son of the Earl of Newsham. There was a bitter argument. Cecil accused Sidney of doing the same thing. Then they had a dreadful fight. It ended up with Cecil threatening to go to the police. But that's when we decided to send a telegram to you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, I see. So the proof of murder depends on such flimsy evidence as to whether the dead man fell or, well, shall we say, was pushed.
It seems like...
Mr. Holmes, even though you don't approve, please help us, won't you?
Yes, Lady Brownlee, I will.
Will you come back with me now to our headquarters?
I shall join you within the hour. In the meantime, my old friend Dr. Watson can go with you.
Tom, what could I do without you?
You know my methods, old chap. Act accordingly.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holmes. But you promise you'll be there.
I promise you that I will be there, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. We'll be expecting you. Come on, Doc.
Well, I'll just get my hat and coat. Holmes, what are you up to?
Go with her and ask no more questions. I shall join you within the hour.
Holmes, there's a glint in your eye. I don't think you will believe her story.
Of course I don't, Watson.
Well, then what?
Then go with her, old fellow, and keep your wits about you. The game's afoot.
The story of the Amateur Mendicant Society will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to use to remind you that you're really missing something until you try having wine with your dinner. And I mean a Petri wine. Let's say a Petri California Burgundy or a Petri California Sauterne. Both wines are just made to make good food taste better. If you like a red wine, try Petri Burgundy. Try it with hamburger, with stew, with any meat or meat dish. And if you like a delicious white wine, a wine that'll make chicken taste better than ever, try a well-chilled Petri Sauterne. With food, nothing can take the place of a good Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The Amateur Mendicant Society, a group of wealthy eccentrics who pose as beggars, have come to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with a problem. One of their members has apparently been murdered, and the famous pair have been asked to investigate the killing. As we rejoin our story, Dr. Watson, still awaiting the arrival of the great detective, is cross-questioning 3 of the members at the headquarters of this unusual...
Afraid that I don't find your stories very convincing.
Oh, don't you now? Then suppose you stop asking questions until Sherlock Holmes gets here. He's the man we've engaged to settle this business, not you. We're paying for his services, not those of his assistant.
Mr. Holmes asked me to conduct this preliminary investigation, my good man. I'm perfectly familiar with his methods. So keep a civil tongue in your head if you want us to continue with this case.
I'm not answering any more questions till he gets here.
Thoughtful fellow. Lord Cecil, you say that you saw Holt deliberately trip the dead man as he came down the stairs last night.
Yes, I did.
Well, where were you standing, sir?
At the head of the staircase. Holt was beside me, and as Julian came by, he deliberately...
Please, excuse me, number 11. Excuse me.
What is it?
There is a strange man just come in. He is dressed as you when you work, but I do not remember to have seen him here before. He speaks very rough.
Did he give the correct signal?
Yes, and the password.
He must be a new member.
I suppose we better see him. Bring him in. Bad time for him to come here, Tom.
This way, please.
Tommy,
Nice face you got here.
Clearly, Holmes.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
come on.
right. You do yourselves proud, don't you? Who are you, and how did you get in here? I'll give the signal and the password just like Julian told me to. Are you a friend of Julian? Of course I am. You're going to meet him here today. Who are you, really? Are we all friends here? Yes, you can talk freely. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Don Luis Jose Fernando de las Torres at your service. Why? Why do you want to join us? Well, Julian, tell me about it. It tickled my, my funny bone. It is a so charming idea. Aficionados of mendicancy. I suppose he's all right. Of course I'm all right. Now, where is Julian, please? He will vouch for me. He's in the other room. Had an accident. An accident? Not a bad one, I hope? A very bad one. Dr. Watson, you better take him in there and break the news to him.
Very well. Follow me, sir.
This is terrible. Please, tell me what happened, Doctor.
I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, sir. Your friend is dead.
Dead?
His neck was broken last night in some brawl.
Yes, except I do believe it's an accident, Watson.
Holmes!
But not quietly enough, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Come on, come back to the others and let all take a look at you. Come on, get moving, both of you. This isn't a pop gun in my hands.
Sorry, Holmes, I gave the whole thing away.
It's all right, old chap.
Oh, Cecil, Dorothy, come here. I want you to take a look at the great Sherlock Holmes. Walked into our trap just like any stupid policeman. Now, I had to dress up to do it, though, Mr. Holmes. We were waiting for you here anyway, you know.
Now, I was well aware of that, Mr. Holt. You see, I knew I was walking into a trap.
How did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Lady Brownlee, the story you brought to us today was so obviously a false one. Just as there is no amateur mendicant society.
Who are they, Holmes?
Wait, Mr. Holmes, tell him. Let's see how much you really do know.
Yes, go ahead.
Why should I tell you what you already know?
Go on, talk if you know what's good for you.
Oh, you're so persuasive, aren't you, Mr. Holt? Very well. Undoubtedly, Julian Trevor's death last night was an accident. You fetched the doctor, Lady Brownlee, a very natural move, and later discovered that the doctor in question was the old friend of Sherlock Holmes. You were all afraid that I would become interested in your unusual society, and so you invented that very thin story about the accident being a murder. You wanted to lure me here so that I could be disposed of, and you could all continue your nefarious works without hindrance.
Well, now aren't we clever? What is our nefarious work, may I ask?
Your password gave me a clue to the lanterns by the French revolutionists. They strung the aristocrats up on the lampposts. Then again, the combination of curious costumes and a luxurious establishment in a low-class area posed another question. What political belief provides a common meeting ground for misguided aristocrats and dangerous commoners?
And how did you answer that question?
Oh, very simple, my dear sir. One word. Nihilism. Its doctrine of assassination and overthrow of government would find every chance of being put into practice by all of you at the forthcoming Jubilee celebrations to be held here in London. And also would account for your beggar's foes. A beggar would have greater freedom of movement in a crowd than an ordinary person.
You're a clever man, Mr. Holmes. Too bad you'll have to die. I'll get the rope.
What are you going to do with him?
Do? Give him a first-hand taste of nihilism, of course. Can't live. They know too much.
You can't possibly do this, you know. The police will track us here.
By the time the police get here, you and your friend Holmes will be blown to kingdom come. Right. Hands together, Mr. Holmes. That's it.
Oh, mind that. That wrist of mine, will you? It's confoundedly sore.
Oh, isn't that a shame now? Isn't he better?
Oh.
Tie up the doctor, Cecil, while I bind Holmes's legs.
With pleasure.
I can't go through with this.
What do you mean, Dorothy? You can't go through it.
I just can't stand by and see two innocent men murdered.
Don't be a fool, Dorothy. We can't let them live. They know too much.
I don't care. If you go on with this, I'm going out for the police.
Why, you fool.
No.
Tie her up as well, Cecil.
Leave me alone.
Sit down there beside you. Go on.
You're a devil.
Oh, shut up. Now, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to fetch a little invention. A little invention I'm sure you'll be interested.
Mr. Holmes, it's a pity you and your friend didn't learn to mind your own business.
Ready to impress
I'm
Mr.
afraid
Holmes.
it's too late to teach an old dog new tricks.
It's too late now, at any rate. Quite comfortable, Dr. Watson?
Don't you speak to me, sir. You're a filthy traitor to your country.
Rubbish.
Here we are. Example of Mikhail Petrov's mechanical genius. This bomb will blow the entire building sky high. The three of you with it. Now, I wind the time clock so. And set the fuse to go off in 5 minutes. Give us plenty of time to get away. So. Come on, Sidney, let's get out of here. Right. Charming picture. Three of you bound hand and foot sitting beside each other on the sofa. Well, ta-da, Dorothy. Think of our cause during the 5 minutes. As for you, Mr. Holmes, and your friend, put red in the bad rubbish.
Well, Holmes, this looks like the end.
Made so, Jeff.
I blame myself. I hadn't been so infernally noisy when I recognized you. We wouldn't be in this mess.
Wasn't your fault, old fellow. I think they suspected me anyway.
I must say, it seemed to me that you told them a great deal more than was necessary about your suspicions. Surely you could have pretended ignorance.
Oh, I suppose I could have done.
I got tired. I'm not ready to die.
Courage. By the way, was I right in assuming that your associates are nihilists?
Of course they are. They're planning to assassinate the Prime Minister during the Jubilee celebration.
Prime Minister, great heavens, Holmes, we've got to get free.
Assuming some miracle happened, if we did get free and
Forget
your
about our lives.
former associates were
Just
arraigned in
one
court,
man.
would you testify against them?
Of course I would.
Could be
No chance
replaced by
in that.
100 million men.
That table is mine. Why doesn't it stop ticking?
Bothers you that much, Lady Brownlee, I'll stop it for you.
Holmes, your hands are free.
Of course they are, my dear fellow. The bandaged wrist I mentioned just now concealed a razor-edged blade. I cut through the ropes almost before our friends had left the room.
Why did you keep us in this suspense, Mr. Holmes?
I wanted to be quite sure that you'd testify in the forthcoming trial, madam. There we are. That renders the bomb harmless. And that means that the police have sprung the trap that I set to your associates, Lady Brownlee. It's lucky for you that you had a change of heart, prevented you from leaving us.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how can I ever thank you?
Holmes, you had the place surrounded with police when you came in
Of
here.
course I did, my dear fellow. Here, let me undo your ropes.
No wonder you were so calm. No wonder you told them so much. You wanted them to show their hands.
Precisely, old fellow. And they obliged me most satisfactorily. They attempted our triple murder. They are self-confessed anarchists. And with the evidence of Lady Brownlee, I'm sure that we can put them where they all belong. Considering it's barely noon, I think you'll agree, Watson. That is a very comprehensive morning's work.
Town was full of babies of fresh young beauties, brought up from the country to be presented at court. The papers were full of accounts of dinners, follies, garden parties, and all the rest of what now seems like a forgotten life. Naturally, all this meant very little to home. Consequently, I was more than a bit surprised on returning one afternoon to our Baker Street lodgings to find him deep in a veritable snowdrift of illustrated society magazines and papers.
Watson, you know about this man Damery?
Damer? What Damer?
Lord Damery, of course. He sent his photograph of all this part of these days.
Well, that's true. The fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. He's a man of this world with a backward turn to diplomacy, and he's asked me for a portrait appointment if I granted.
You mean that Lord Damer's coming here? It's already now. And look at the mess of the place he is.
Time, you say. His charity is husband. Lord Damery is not taking this place to investigate our house and to consult me in my professional capacity. That will be the gentleman now, and if I'm very much mistaken, quite close to the minute. Take a look out the window, will you, Watson? That's good, fellow.
Really, Helen, why you always expect me to play Sister Anne for you? Oh, that's very well. Yes. Mrs. Hudson, she's up the door to it. Oh, shoot, she's out in the front step, fixing his chest.
Oh, what's this, Donna?
This is the movie Captain Di. His lordship must have got a very expensive tailor. Every detail. I mean, black satin cravat, the straightened over shoes is perfect.
You're not married man, our Lord Damery.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
But only a bachelor squanders money on his wardrobe with such a married man. The married man is too busy putting his wife's bills for feathers and
Oh, but it's worth it, my dear fellow. It's worth it, the pleasure of seeing the lady of one's choice in a fetching new bonnet or an agitating chicken wire.
A rhapsody, my dear Watson. Our visitor is just outside the door.
Come in.
Lord Damery, I presume.
And this must be the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Delighted to make your acquaintance.
Going to sit down, sir. Watson, dump that encyclopedia off the other armchair.
Yes, sir. I was hoping to find Dr. Watson. Pleasure, I assure you. Well, the pleasure is mine, sir.
Yes, I'm truly delighted to find Dr. Watson. This collaboration may be very necessary, Mr. Holmes. We're dealing on this occasion with one of the most ruthless individuals in all England. Oh, and who might that be? My sister, the Lady Alicia, widow of the late Earl of Devon. You don't say. Yes, she has the well-known whim of iron. Anyone who crosses her in any way is in great danger. You mean that she'd go as far as poison them or like you, eh? Ladies in high society, my dear Dr. Watson, have more subtle but nonetheless deadly ways of dealing with their adversaries. And for whom is the Lady Alicia sharpening her knife this time? Well, I suspect it's Miss Kitty Kissam. Kitty Kissam? You mean the delightful Kitty Kissam, the star of the sweetheart of the regiment? The same. And how did Lady Alicia's path happen to cross the charming Kitty? Through my son, sort of nephew, Percy, who also happens to be Alicia's only son. Oh. He's become infatuated with this Kitty? He's asked her to marry her. And, quite naturally, his mother objects. No, that's the most startling aspect of the whole affair. As soon as I heard of the engagement, I rushed round, expecting to find Alicia in the midst of hysterics, or at least having taken to her bed surrounded with smelling salts. And such was not the case. No, on the contrary. She was sitting at her desk in the morning room, making out her list for a reception and music hall to be given tomorrow afternoon to honor Miss Kissam.
Lord and Lady Coverdale, the Duke of Rockington, Lady Windermere.
Well, I must say, my dear Alicia, I hardly expect to find a cheerful mood.
Why not? After all, what this family needs is new blood. They told me Jack that his father was a butcher and her mother a barmaid. Yes, I'm sure Percy should be very, very happy with the dear little thing. She's bound to make a big impression on all our friends.
Alicia, I don't like the way you say that. You have a certain glint in your eye.
What glint, dear?
The glint you had the evening you met the lady who stayed at the beer at the top of the grand staircase. It's not really solid.
Yes, we've been quarreling all the winter. It's such fun.
Yes, you smiled politely and left us. Then you deliberately stepped on her train, ripping it off the waist, revealing the fact that you wore a certain red flannel undergarment.
Dear, you say, dear. She was the laughing stuff at Mayfair.
I warn you, Alicia. Kitty Kissam is no lady you space here.
Of course not, darling. She's no lady at all. That's what makes me so anxious to have our friends meet her.
New Grip provides immunity to cursed dice rolls during boss fights.
Sounds like a rather ominous signal, Jamie. By the way, why gather that you have the pleasure of Miss Kissam's acquaintance? Well, that is, yes, in a way. We've partaken of a bottle and a bird several times, don't you know, after the theatre. It is really a dear little thing, in spite of her reputation. Reputation? Oh, surely you've heard of her from time to time. I'm afraid I'm rather ignorant of the chit-chat of our metropolis. But everyone knows that she was given those dashed pearls by a certain Balkan king who spends most of the time in Paris. She wears them constantly. Luncheons, tea, dinner, in and out of the theatre. I believe she even wears them in her bra. She's not very they're a sort of trademark. Yes, I suppose you might call it that. The only evidence of bad taste I've ever known Kitty to indulge in. Bad taste? Look, found it, man. You're going to take one to go flaunting her. Well, her past about as if you were proud of it. Not even if it practiced the theatre? Oh, blast those toes. I suspect that whatever my sister has up her sleeve concerns them. How? Well, for one thing, she insists I hire a private detective to keep an eye on them. Says she doesn't want to run the risk of having them stolen in her house. And they solicitors of her. Hey, Watson? Why not solve the whole situation by suggesting to Miss Kitty that she leave her jewels at home, like fire? Well, there are times when Kitty Kissam can be as difficult as my sister. She absolutely refuses. She says she would as soon appear in public without no petticoats about her clothes. I warned her that my sister Alicia means business. She says no blonde dame is going to get the better of her. Oh, interesting situation, wasn't it? It reminds me, well, society even though the conflict is one of the theatre's most popular leading movies. I've been trying to bet on Miss Kitty. You don't know my sister Alicia. What makes you so positive that your sister still opposed the match between your nephew and Miss Kitty? Because in the first place, Percy can't afford to marry an actress who has no money and is quite incapable of earning a living. My sister had a match actually arranged between him and Lord Beaverbottom's oldest daughter. She's a millionaire. And in the second place, Kitty must be 10 years older than the boy. Well, she doesn't look like it. No, she's an actress. I thought you don't prove it from that, but that you think our sister went over on Miss Kitty Kissam. That's the situation in the nutshell. I beg of you, Mr. Holmes, come and keep an eye on things. Ostensibly, you'll be there to guard these silly toes, but in reality, I want you to, well, prevent any unpleasantness that might harm Miss Kissam's professional popularity. After all, she's a dashed fine actress, you know. delightful supper partner, eh?
Care practice letter.
I warn you, my dear, that anything awkward happens to Kitty, Miss Kissam, this party of yours, I shall cut Percy out of my will. He won't get a penny from me. And then where would you be?
My dear Jane, calm yourself. Anyone might think that it was you who'd become engaged to Miss Chisholm instead of Percy. Besides, the person has to wait till you pop off, my dear, before he inherits his family wealth. I'll be dead and gone. You're too disgustingly young and healthy.
They're trying to butter me up, Alicia. And I wish to remind you that it's not family wealth Percy will inherit. It's my money, my own. I made it myself, and I shall leave it to whom I please.
Of course you will, Jane. But we Damerys are famous for sticking together, aren't we, sweet? Oh, look. Who's the leading rotator and a very distinguished man who just entered?
Oh, these are the gentlemen I've asked to guard Miss Kissam's pearls. And I warn you, Alicia, Sherlock Holmes has the best brain in England, so no monkey tricks.
Don't be vulgar, James, my pet. Ah, they see you coming over. I'm all of a flutter.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, it's so good of you to so prompt. The guest of honor is due at almost.
Good evening, Lord Emery.
James, my darling, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Alicia, my dear, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his friend and colleague, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, madam?
This is really delightful. I was just saying to Lord Damery, Mr. Holmes, that I had no idea a member of the police force was so perfectly fascinating.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, ma'am, but we are not members of the official police. We are merely amateurs of the not-so-gentle art of detection.
How charming. How simply charming. Jimmy Gibson. Oh, here's my guest of honor now. Oh, judging by the rush in her direction, it seems that quite a few of my male guests have already had the privilege of meeting her.
Yes, you see, they no longer not actively got the wardrobe trunk after the performance.
Yes, I see she's wearing her pearls. They certainly are magnificent. Almost as fine as mine, I should say. You don't suppose she insists on wearing them so consistently because her neck is too skinny?
No one could ever suspect you were that man. Touche, Alicia. He had you there.
Don't be unpleasant, James. Come along, Mr. Holmes. You too, Dr. Wilson.
What?
Oh, of course, to be sure. After all, if you're to stand guard over Miss Chisholm's pearls, it's high time you made her acquaintance.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather be kept an eye on yours? I imagine they must be quite as valuable.
Yes, the family pearls are handsome. It's a good thing James was never married, or his wife would be wearing them. But I fancy they're in no danger. I'm not in the habit of having them stolen. It is more than can be said of actresses nowadays, judging by what I read in the papers. But come, I do very remiss for hosting. Not that my guests need to feel any need of me. Oh, how are you, Lady Commodore?
See what I mean, Mr. Holmes? Yes. The lady and the gentleman have a bag up, please. Yes, one in each garter as well. Come along and meet Kitty.
I understand today has been nothing but milk. Absolutely milk. Oh, there you are, my dear Kitty. Looking younger every day. That's because I'm happy. You will try it sometime. I want you to be two friends that Lord Damery has invited. They're here to see that you conceal your pearls. I died that if you touched them while you were at a party of mine. Oh, they've never been present before, Lady Elizabeth. Are your parties more dangerous than the others I go to?
Oh, now, Kitty, easy up it. May I introduce my friends, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, no, this is wonderful. I've read all of Dr. Watson's famous accounts of your wonderful adventures.
Oh, thank you so much. Your sensationalism, my dear Miss Kitty.
I don't believe it for a moment. Such wonderful, dramatic material. Have you ever thought of writing them into a play, Dr.
Well,
Watson?
that's already been done most successfully with a great American actor, Mr. William Gillette, who plays the leading role himself.
And a far more creditable job of it, no doubt, than I could myself.
Oh, I never believed that either. Yes. Have you ever thought of playing the part, Mr. Holmes? There's a certain, shall we say, voltage about you. You would make a very exciting performance.
No. Try and persuade him to change his métier, Miss Kitty. I'll never be able to follow him onto the stage.
Well, my dear, never do.
Okay.
We can't allow these two people to monopolize you, Kitty, my feet. You must meet some of our other friends.
All in good time, Percy. First, give your fiancé a chance to catch a breath. Kitty, my dear, you must have a glass of champagne to brace you for the ordeal of meeting all these people. Percy, tell Paddleton to bring that tray over here. Oh,
Very well, dear. I'm sure Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson could do with a part. And if I in the anteroom here, if you'll just step in for a moment.
James, my dear, aren't you forgetting what these gentlemen are here for? We can't leave Kitty unprotected. Ah, here's Paddleton. Allow me, Kitty, my dear. Thank you, lady. And a glass, please. you, Mr. Holmes, and one for... Oh, how clumsy of me. Get a towel, one Percy. James, change your handkerchief. Oh, I so consider it beautiful, please. Oh, dear. Look out for the glasses. Get them pressed up, paddles for free.
Dear, you're not hurt, are you, Billy? They went right past your shoulder.
Oh, no, I'm quite all right. Oh, but your sleeve, your beautiful sleeve is so quick. That's a really...
Here's the towel, my dear.
Just let me pat it dry. Good heavens, what is it? The pearls. They're missing. Someone has stolen Miss Kitten's pearls.
Now, control yourself, Alicia. They must have come loose and excited.
No, they were stolen. I knew they would be.
Yes, I rather suspected the same thing myself, Lady Alicia.
Of course, they must be found. We must search everybody, you know. Please, oh, this is awful. It's so embarrassing to everyone.
Alicia, you've run out of your mind. Your sister's quite right, Lord Amory. We must search everybody. It's the only way to recover the pearls, and you and your nephew and the Lady Alicia will be the first to search. Yes, I know it is. But you can hardly expect your guests missing the dignity of a search if you don't set an example. So shall we adjourn to the anteroom, Lady Alicia? Well, here we are, Mr. Holmes. My sister, my nephew, and myself. Which would you like to search first? First, we'll ask you. After all, it's the she who lost first.
Oh, really, Mr. Handel? That is, I feel as though so unnecessary. The pearls came loose in the excitement over the upset service. Well, they probably rolled under a chair or rug somewhere. If we wait until the guests are gone, I'm sure we'll find them. Certainly not, my dear. Those pearls were stolen. There wasn't a chair or rug anywhere near us. Nothing but bare pottery floor. A lot of people.
Yes, he's right about that, huh?
Of course, I'm right. There's a thief in my house, and I insist that the fact that he or she is probably a guest of mine gives him no protection. After all, that necklace was given you by a certain royal personage. It's actually a historical relic. Yes, I know, but really, I'd much rather not have any fuss or commotion. Nonsense, my dear. We must find the culprit. Everyone must be searched.
Bravo, Lady Alicia.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And now there's enough time for that, so that they will think that we can thoroughly search. Suppose we call in the rest of the guests, one at a time. You gentlemen can search the men, and Kitty and I will search the ladies. Behind that screen. Please, I'd be much happier if you would. Nonsense. Let's get on with it.
Right. But I still insist that the search is happening.
Oh, very well, if you insist on being a stickler for form. I suppose Percy and Lord Damery may as well turn out their pockets.
No, Lady Alicia. We should begin with you.
Me? But I haven't any pockets. I don't even carry a reticule. So where can I hide anything?
Your body. And Miss Chisholm, you will investigate Lady Alicia's body.
The idea. The very idea. Oh, I'd much rather not.
Very well. If you won't get it, I will.
James, don't you dare. James, take your hands off my neck. That's an outrage. James, stop it. I'm sorry, but I can't let this pass on. It's not worth it. That is, well, you see, those pearls aren't real. You mean the king gave me to it? Julie? I'm so sorry it was made up by my publicity agent. Well, he thought it would be good for me. I rather suspect you knew the pearls were imitation the first time you saw them. That's why you can't show me up.
All these stories about you, King.
Oh, I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Percy, but I'm really quite a respectable person. I've never met a king.
Well, I must say it is slow. Surprised, I mean. I shall be terribly ragged by my pals, you know. They were all rather envious of me. After all, no one knows. We don't have to publicize this thing to the world.
Oh, but I must tell my guest James here. After all, I owe them some explanation if I let the whole matter drop after making such an issue of things. I'm sure that everyone will be interested to know that not only are Miss Kissam's pearls not real, but Miss Kissam is somewhat of an imposter herself.
But how could you know the pearls were from Mother here? After all, ladies don't wear imitation.
And actresses don't wear trinkets given them by men who don't consider them ladies. Here is your engagement.
Well, I didn't really. Oh, this is keep to me as a remembrance, don't you know?
Thank you, Percy, but I'd rather...
Well, Alessia, now that you've accomplished the result for which the party was undoubtedly given, suppose you let me have the guests come.
Oh, not before I've had a chance to explain.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Lady Kissam wants people to think the king gave us some pearls. That's service.
Thank you, Lord Damery. me, but it really does. I'd just as soon they didn't. That story of the royal pearls was beginning to make me feel just a bit foolish. Oh, I admit it was helpful when I was just a struggling small-time player, but now, well, I flatter myself that my hold on the ladder of success is firm enough, so that it'll take more than a few imitation turns, shaking me.
Bravo, Mr. Dean. I salute your courage.
Thank you.
And please, look here. Perhaps I've been a bit... Don't you know? You keep your silly mouth shut. I'll handle this from now on. You stay here, Olivia. I'm going to explain the situation to our guest.
James!
Olivia, shut up!
Well, yes. I'm afraid, Mr. Holmes, there's a streak of vulgarity in my brother. I'm sure I don't know where it comes from.
Oh, probably from the same place he gets his honesty and fair play.
Really? Don't tell me you're going to be cross with me, too. By the way, whatever makes you think that I might have squeezed Miss Kitty's pearls in my body?
My dear Lady Olivia, when something of value disappears during a manufactured explosion, the first one suspected would be the person who did the manufacturing.
You mean, you thought that I upset the tray on purpose?
Quite. But come, let us join the other Selby. I think you give Lord Amory ample time to make his explanation. Mr. Will do me the honor. Watson, you may escort Lady Olivia. Thank you. You must leave.
Here's one.
That makes 99. Here's two more. 100 and 101.
I found 5 more, all in a little bunch. Oh, this is simply thrilling. So much more fun than hunting for Tuesday.
That makes 106.
James, what on earth are you doing?
Hunting for pearls. Seems I was right in the first place. The Chisholm pearls weren't stolen. The string must have broken and strewn them all over the place. Any more?
We've looked everywhere. I'm sure there isn't an inch we haven't searched.
Then here you are, my dear Kitty. Allow me to return your pearls.
Oh, thank you. But I don't understand.
Tell me, Chisholm.
Yes?
How many pearls were there on your string?
105.
But Holmes, Lord James just counted them. He mentioned 106. There's one more pearl now than there was when it was stolen. Incredible. That's impossible, my dear Watson.
No. It's not incredible. It's not even impossible. It's really enlightening. What do you deduce from the presence of this added proof of the humble oyster, Lady Olivia? Perhaps you can explain why there are now 106 pearls in this beautiful necklace.
Did you say 106? But my necklace, the Beverly pearls have 106. Good heavens, my necklace is gone. Someone has taken my pearls.
Then may I ask, Lady Olivia, what pearls are those still hidden in your body?
But those are Miss Chisholm's imitation. James must have taken mine off my neck when he was threatening to hurt me. And now he's pulled his trick to get easy with me. To string the throat of my pearls. She has no right to them. They are the Beverly pearls.
My dear Lady Olivia, there is one person who has a better right to them than yourself. That person, of course, would be Lord Avery's wife. Yes. Judging by the look in Lord Avery's eyes, Watson, wouldn't you say they've been handed over to the proper party?
My Joe, yes. Elementary, my dear Holmes. Elementary.
And now, Dr. Watson, to return to your specialty, the adventures of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Yes, I must say it's an enthusiasm I seem to share with a great many friends and critics. As you probably know, there's a collection of erudite gentlemen all over the United States of America who are ardent Sherlock Holmes admirers and who call themselves the Baker Street Irregulars. Why, would you believe it? They even argue with me about the accuracy of some of my stories.
Do they ever win the arguments, Dr. Watson?
You know, Holmes always said I had a weakness for embroidering a tale. But that's neither here nor there. So here's tonight's adventure, the 6 Napoleons.
6 Napoleons? Why, good grief, Doctor. I should think one gentleman of that caliber was all the world could stand at a time. Or is it the name of an acrobatic troupe?
No, Mr. Harris, it's something even more unusual. As you may have gathered, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard was a frequent visitor of ours in the old Baker Street days. Between him and Sherlock Holmes, there was a friendly rivalry. His calls were welcome because they enabled us to keep in touch with things at Scotland Yard. In return for this news, Holmes was sometimes able, with or without any active interference, to give some valuable hint on the solution of a crime.
The word isn't sometimes, Dr. Watson. It's frequently.
Possibly. On the particular evening I'm referring to, Lestrade had come in wearing a preoccupied look. He spoke casually of the weather and the newspapers. Then he fell silent, puffing thoughtfully on one of his atrocious cigars. Holmes looked at him keenly.
Nothing remarkable on hand, I suppose, Lestrade? No, nothing in particular. Then tell me about it. Holmes, there's no use denying there is something on my mind.
Fancy that.
Quiet, Watson. Well, Lestrade, out with it. Has the Bank of England been threatened, or has someone stolen the doormat at Scotland Yard? Well, as a matter of fact, the business is so absurd that I hesitate to bother you about it. On the other hand, though trivial, it is undoubtedly queer, and I know you have a taste for anything that's out of the common. In my humble opinion, it comes more in Dr. Watson's line than in ours.
Oh, you mean disease?
Well, madness, anyway, and a queer sort of madness, too. You'd hardly think anyone living in this day and age would have such a hatred of Napoleon that he felt compelled to break any image of him that he saw. Is that all? That sort of nonsense is no business of mine. Exactly, that's just what I said, but when the man commits burglary in order to satisfy his craving for breaking images, that takes it out of the doctor's province and into ours. Burglary, eh? That's more interesting. Give us the detail, that's a good chap. Well, so far there have been 4 cases. Numbers 1 and 2 were reported 4 days ago. It was at the shop of Morse Hudson, who sells pictures and statues in the Kennington Road. The assistant had left the shop for a few moments when he heard a loud crash, hurried back and found 2 plaster busts of Napoleon lying shivered into fragments. He rushed out into the road but couldn't find the culprit, although several passers-by declared they had noticed a man run out of the shop. How much were the busts worth? Only a few shillings.
Well, I thought you said there was a robbery. That's just one of those senseless acts of hooliganism which are becoming more and more prevalent.
The 3rd and 4th cases were more serious. Yes. They occurred only last night. In Kennington Road, and within a few hundred yards of Morse Hudson's shop, lives Dr. Barnacle, a well-known medical practitioner.
By Jove, yes, I've heard of him. He has one of the largest practices on the south side of the Thames.
Don't interrupt, Watson. Well, his residence and principal consulting rooms are in Kennington Road, but he has a branch surgery at Lower Buxton Road, 2 miles away. Dr. Barnacle's an enthusiastic admirer of Napoleon and had recently purchased from Morse Hudson 2 duplicate plaster casts of the famous head of Napoleon by the French sculptor Levine. One of these he placed in his home and one in the surgery in Buxton Road. Well, when Dr. Barnacle came down to breakfast this morning, he was astonished to find that the house had been broken into during the night, and still more astonished to discover that the only thing taken was the plaster head of Napoleon. It had been carried out and shattered against the garden wall. This is beginning to be interesting. And the 4th case? At 12 o'clock, when Dr. Barnacle arrived at his surgery, he found the window broken and fragments of the 4th bust strewn all over the room. And there's no clue as to the criminal's identity. Those are the facts, Mr. Holmes. Singular, not to say grotesque. Were the 2 busts smashed in Dr. Barnacle's rooms exact duplicates of the ones destroyed in Morse Hudson's shop? They were taken from the same mold.
That's a coincidence, Holmes?
Yes, and it tells against the theory that the man who breaks these busts is influenced by a general hatred of Napoleon. How do you make that out, Mr. Holmes? Considering how many hundreds of statues of the great emperor must exist in London, it's too much to suppose that a promiscuous iconoclast would chance to begin with 4 specimens from the same mold. I thought that way myself at first, but on the other hand, this Morse Hudson's the only purveyor of busts in that part of London, and these 4 were the only ones of Napoleon that have been in his shop for years. Therefore, it seems logical that a local fanatic would begin with them. What do you think, Dr. Watts?
Well, there are no limits to the possibilities of monomania, Lestrade. For example, there is the condition which the French psychologists call the idée fixe, which may be trifling in character and accompanied by complete sanity in every other way. A man who had read deeply about Napoleon might conceivably form such an idée fixe and, under its influence, be capable of any fantastic outrage.
No, it won't do, my dear Watson. It won't do.
Oh, why not?
No idée fixe would enable your interesting monomaniac to find out where these busts are situated.
All right, then how do you explain it?
I don't attempt to do so, yet. But one thing is obvious. There's nothing abnormal about this bust smasher. There's too much method in his eccentric proceedings for that.
In what way?
But consider, in the Barnicott house, where any sound might arouse the family, the bust was taken outside before being broken. Whereas in the surgery, where there was less danger of an alarm, it was smashed where it stood. The affair seems absurdly trifling, and yet some of my most classic cases have had the least promising beginnings. You'll remember, Watson, how the dreadful business of the Abernethy family was first brought to my notice by the depth which the parsley had sunk into the butter on a hot day. I can't afford to smile at your broken bust, Lestrade. On the contrary, Hello, what's that?
The front doorbell, of course. For a great detective, you do have your obtuse moments, Holmes.
Naturally, I know it's the front doorbell. What I want to know is why it's ringing in the middle of the night. Come in. Hello, Mrs. Hudson. What's the matter?
A policeman downstairs, sir, says Mr. Lestrade is wanted right away.
What's up now?
He said as how I was to tell you there'd been another bus busted. He said you'd know what he meant.
Becoming an epidemic.
Confound it, why couldn't they have waited till morning to round me out?
He says you're to come right away because this time there's a murder.
Well, Mr. Harris, naturally, Holmes and I threw on our hats. I picked up my service revolver, and we dashed down the stairs with Lestrade panting behind us. Fortunately, a policeman had a cab waiting. We piled in hurriedly and drove off to Pitt Street, the scene of the crime. Holmes, Lestrade, and I dismissed our cab at the corner of the street. It was obvious that news of the murder had got around.
Well,
Here we are, Holmes. Number 131 Pitt Street. That must be the house where the crime was committed.
Yes, and a first-class murder it must have been. Nothing less would draw such a crowd in the middle of the night. Notice the look of horrified delight in that messenger boy's face.
Here, let us through. Let us through, I say. We're from Scotland Yard.
Police.
Yes. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Ah, Mr. Lestrade, thank heaven you got here at last.
Well, it is Mr. Horace Archer of the Central Press Syndicate.
It's an extraordinary thing, Lestrade. All my life I've been collecting other people's news. And now that a real piece of news has come my own way, I'm so confused and bothered that I can't put two words together. If I'd come in here as a journalist, I should have interviewed myself and had 2 columns in every evening paper.
Mr. Archer.
You remember when the Stand fell in Doncaster? Well, I was the only journalist in the Stand, and my journal was the only one that had no account of it, but I was too shaken to write it. And now I'll be too late again with a terrible murder done on my own doorstep.
You'd better tell us just what happened.
Wait a minute, I'll call my wife. She was with me. Minnie! Minnie! The police have come.
God be praised. What a night we've had. I was just saying to Horace, this is what comes of staying up late. If we'd been safe in our bed, we never should have heard the commotion.
Mrs. Mr. Archer, may I present my friends, Dr. Watson and Sherlock Holmes. How do you do?
Sherlock Holmes? Dear me, is it as bad as all that? You see, Horace, I told you. Next thing you know, he'll be suspecting you of the murder.
Now, Mother.
I assure you, Mr. Harker, I am only here unofficially.
first off, I do suspect that guy of the murder. Absolutely, 100%. Okay, welcome. Water glass. What a day. Yep. Two hours in, bagging and tagging is done. We're gonna have got 4 hours left on the printer. And then that's gonna be our left-handed California grip. It's got to go out this morning. So that means it's 7 a.m. We're headed out. Headed out the door to do some shipping. Thank you to the 2 people that bought yesterday. It's big. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so good. Okay, what a day, what a day. What was the plan for the day? Did we talk about that yet? Keep the printer going. 2 things. Well, there's an endless amount of things we could do. What needs to be done? We've got all of our dummy rounds on the printer. Let's see if I can bring that up here. This is what we currently have on the printer. 1 cross pack, 1 left-handed CA grip. All in black. 308, 2 300s, and a 556. We have an advertisement out on Craigslist. And I think I need to make a Facebook post looking for models and people to work with us who want to get free gear. They haven't exactly been rolling in. We will take more time. Yep. Oh, you guys can't see the screen. You guys are just staring at me. Why don't I share the screen with you? Boy, I bet that wasn't fun. Whoopsies. There you go. That's what we're looking at. That's what's on the printer. Two hours in, we've got 4 hours to go until that print is done. I do. Yeah, once that rose comes off, we'll have one of everything in stock again. I should have printed. Why don't we just take a second and get the next print set up and ready. Tell you what, those 2.4-inch rail covers are just the perfect little gift. It's just the perfect gift for everybody. It's just amazing. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay. I mean, they're just perfect. They're perfect little gifts. I like it so much. How much are those perfect little gifts going to cost us? Roughly 58 cents. 60 cents. Totally worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 of them, 11 of them, 9 of them. Oh, it's break time. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it up. Itch. It's the old war wound. God darn it. In Vietnam. I suppose it'd be more time period correct if I were to be like Fallujah. Whoops. I feel like Iraq really was our Vietnam. Pretty much the same mission, pretty much the same result. We got to get over there. We got to change them. We got to change the way they live their lives to the way that we live our lives. And they were like, no. Please, no. Some of them were like, please, yes. But the ones with the guns and all the craziness, they were like, yeah, no. All right, cheers. Cheers to just destroying your whatever memory. God awful. God awful people past history. Fucking forget about it. All right, here we go. Cheers to you. Whenever it is. I think people really want to see the Dragon Breath project completed. Even though it's a big risk because I don't have a lot of product, particularly gray. I don't have a lot of time to experiment, although the Dragon is just an 8-hour print. I think we're going to jump into Shaper and we're going to take a look at what we've got for projects. We're going to look at what's in there, see if there's anything that's glaringly important. I think I need to launch a solid grip. I think I need to launch a realistic solid grip. I thought that the swirl grip was going to be it, but I think that's just a stoner's dream, you know. I didn't actually think that that grip was going to like take off or anything. Certainly not. Yeah. But when Amazon kept taking it down, it's like, oh, God, you son of a gun. You son of a gun, you. I think I can get it up, but I'm going to have to be real choice with my wording. Essentially just not put it in the wording at all. Letters AR. Kind of shocked we've made it to where we have with 44 products that are like just so clearly against guidelines. I mean, the crossbow stabilizers, you could be like, well, yeah, but it's not. It's a freaking vertical grip. All right, let's bring everything in. While y'all were sleeping, I was in here working. I had to take the CA grip and flip it over to the left, plug the hole, drill a new hole. Then the wording was backwards. The GripMotion was mirrored backwards, so I had to cut it out and cut in new GripMotion. And that's currently where it's at. So that's 1 and 2 CA compliant. I don't know of any other platform that does that has handrails like this. Only the AR platform has handrails that look like this. You don't see handrails on an AK that look like this. You don't usually see a tactical AK because it's got this long gas system on the bottom. I think. I don't know much about AKs, but I know you don't usually get them this slim. So let's go over here. Which of these grips would you release, right, as your solid grip? Either of these two, either that one or that one. It's got to be. Nobody wants this. I don't even want that. As cool looking as it is. This doesn't really look comfortable. Perhaps. And this is missing its finger nub, right? I'm not sure that's going to be comfortable. I don't like the look of that at all. Oh, man. I could definitely take a couple days in Blender and make the weird combination, kind of blend these two together. I'm not sure if I like this in the back. I kind of do. But you would think you would want something more grippy. You would think you would want this. I think I'd like this everywhere. But that's just me. I'm just crazy. Okay, so I mean those are great grips right there. 1, 2, 3. Hey, baby kitten. Welcome to the center of attention. Oh, he's so handsome. Look at you. All right, what are we doing? Ugh. Ugh. All the work that I spent building Tactical Dragon, which is with the the M lock on the side, with all these additional like really nice storage spaces. Not practical. It's just not practical. Absolutely beautiful though. All right, look, we're not going to delete it yet, though, as much as I would like to. We're missing a dragon. The primary one. Let's just bring the wings back just for good measure. Ah, they look so sweet. Big dragon standard. There she is. Okay. That does look so sick. All right. So everything worked as far as the M lock, and it was brilliant. It was perfect. So now we're just going to take it in and we're just going to tear out the inside in Blender. We're just going to push it back. So we're going to isolate this as a whole. No. I think this bottom has to stay there. This bottom does have to stay there. And these surfaces have to get pushed out. Let's try to union this together quick. We'll see if I can save, what I can save on the back end. We're going to export to export. I'm going to take this off so we can export it straight to an STL. We're going to go Dragon Head Test V1. I'm going to replace it. Blender. Can we talk about Microsoft for a minute? I went through a computer update, rock on. And when I came back on, it said my computer key was missing, that I had to go to the store and buy a new $200 Microsoft program in order to customize my settings. And then I re-updated my computer, same issue. I was like, what is going on? Finally, after another day of it, I think it was 3 to 4 days then, because it left a watermark on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. File, import STL. So I ended up, I don't know how I got a hold of customer service to give me a call. It was about like buying new products. I was like telling them about that, and it was something about that. And where am I at? Desktop 3D. Guy from India got a hold of me 12 hours ahead. He worked me through where's shift? Really don't like Blender's movements. All right, let's take a look at this guy for the first time. Now that I know a little bit about Blender in edit mode. Let's see how many sculpt points we got here. That's not really a whole lot. It's a lot up in front. So, ouch. Let's just jump into Sculpt right away, and let's just see how easy it is to push these walls back, and see if we have to subdivide. We are all on this adventure together. Don't like it. I don't like it at all. Where's my stretch? Yeah, I'm in the wrong thing here. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do right there. I am. So I'm pushing outside of the exterior when I see that texture. Okay, so I can push until I see texture like that. Oh, this is fine. We'll be just fine. So he thinks. Yeah, this is kind of where I was thinking I would be working from, kind of in the middle here, in between the two. Ugh, yuck. So it pushes it out, though. Why, how? Why does it affect the... Ugh. That's so dumb. Don't like that. Oh, darn it. Now they're intertangled, aren't they? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We're not going to see it. What do you... I should have just... Well, let's just stay with it. Let's just stay with it. Stay with it, buddy. Perfect. Okay. And we're just trying to push everything back so there's plenty of room in here. The only thing I really need touching is the bottom. That is absolutely it. I still don't exactly know how I'm going to do this and not have it ruin it. Yuck. Now, I also want... It starts here, so we are going to push back just slightly. Oh, that looks so bad. So bad. That's all right. We will see if we can't touch it up. Some sort of weird way. Yeah, that's never going to work. We're never going to be able to push that back. We're smoking dope there. I think this is it's good to see what we can do on the bottom. I think the top is great. We just got to cut these out. I don't think there's any question about... I do need to come up and I'll hand touch the top but we need to get back into shaper. And we got to cut these top sections out. No questions asked. And this thing has just got to go for now. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? "20 years later." And that'll work. It's actually pretty sweet. All right, new body. Here we go. You got this. Believe in yourself. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, you son. Did I do union? What is this? What is this? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. How does she look? She looks like she'll slide in there real nice. And I can push that back. All right, let's do this. Okay. All right. Okay. Before we get too deep into that, 13 degrees out there. She's gonna be a cold one. That's okay. Coming up on 4 a.m.
Get your ship together with Shopify.
With Shopify.
Like this. We want to make it thinner like this. But we could fairly easily modify this STL using Blender. So here I'm using Blender 4.0. Go to File, Import, STL. Simply navigate to the STL file and click Import. So depending on what program was used to export the STL, its location in space may differ. So in this case, the object doesn't appear to mode by clicking Tab, indeed been imported. And if I zoom out and rotate around, you can see the peg is over here. So we can go into edit mode by clicking Tab, or clicking up there, and press A to select all of the vertices. Now go up here, open this panel by pressing N, and then type 0, 0, 0 to get all of the vertices to locate to the origin point in Blender, 0, 0, 0. Okay, now back in object mode, here we have our object, and we want to make it narrower at the tip. So let's go back into edit mode up here, and we'll need to go into what's called X-ray mode to select the vertices in the back of the object as well as the vertices on the front. So now we can select all of the vertices if we want to make smaller. We can press S to scale, and we can drag it in like so. Just like this, and that's S to scale. Now we can select this here, go to the Move tool, and we can drag these ring of vertices down like so as well, and kind of fade into the narrow portion of the object. And here on the left, you go to the Scale tool as well. And if you click and drag the white circle, you can scale everything up in every direction. And let's select these vertices as well and move them down like so.
All right, let's try that. Here we go. We are going to go into edit mode. Now, up here, he had X-ray mode. Where is X-ray mode? It's X, Y. Okay, there we go. X-ray mode is up here in the corner. It's this one. Okay, so why would we how would we use this and not catch what's in front? Is I'm going to actually look backwards. I'm going to jump inside of it, I think. Okay. Wow, that's just beautiful. That's just gorgeous. Wow, wow, wow. Just wonderful. Okay. Here we go. Oh, whoa, what? Yeah, it's going to catch all the ones even up to the ceiling. I guess X-ray is really the best way to do it. It's really unfortunate because I really didn't enjoy that experience. Whoa, definitely not. What is that? What are those, man? Oh, goodness. Something's going on here. What is going on? How many points are here? Okay, now we've done the top and the bottom. I haven't really done the top yet, but I think I want to do that maybe back. Well, I'll probably do that in Blender, but when I touch that up by hand a little bit later. I do want to do these 90-degree sides now. See how that goes. These guys are going to be the touching ones. God darn it, they're so close on the bottom. Basically touching right there. Okay, no major issues at that point in time. And that's starting to look a lot better. Like that's might just slide onto somebody's rig without too much hassle. We'll still try to bend these back a little bit by hand here. All right, so let's do this one other side. I think that side has more room to give, honestly. It doesn't. It's all right. Just do what you can on the top. I'm missing two. Sometimes it just hits you. Sometimes it just hits you. Like, gee, where's man? Is this thing even real? That doesn't look like much fun. Everything else looks good. What I just am doing here is probably not the way of the Jedi. But before we judge too much, let's just try smoothing it out. We're just going to try it. Oh gosh, I don't like that. Oh no. Nope. Wrong effect. You're doing bad things. You're doing bad things. It's not the look we were going for. Everything's ruined. Okay. I think that one is already in a similar situation. So they're both pushed out as far as they can go. Now, I think we're going to clean at these last few points. Oh, shoot. Okay, so what do you want to do now? How do we ensure we don't mess this up? Let's go back to object mode and just take a look at it. It's not good enough to go out the door like that. I think we need to highlight and subdivide and then smooth out those surfaces in there, and we can call it good to go. That little notch needs to get fixed right there. Okay, I think I like it. And I think it's good to go. Here we go, subdivision. Yeah, well, whatever. I'm just here to try to smooth things out. Nope. Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna. I'll just live with that for just a moment. Nope. All right, let's not ruin that progress. That was great. I really can live with it. I don't like it at all. Nope. Doggone it, what a shame. Had that one sewed up. All right, we're gonna have to come up with some sort of better entrance here. when we get back out of Blender. I wish I was better in Blender because I'd be able to do it all in here. I know it's capable of doing way more than what Shaper can do, but a little bit menacing. Okay. Oh, baby sneezes. All right. Here's the moment of truth. Ah, goodness. How does she look compared to the other one? How does she fare to the fairer Dragonair? Well, that's pretty gross. But it's really not that bad. I mean, does it look super great? No, especially when you put it on your device, it's going to look off center. It's going to look off. It's going to look so bad. It's a hack job. It's a fucking hack job. What a deal. I'm going to be better off doing this, doing subtractions. Was it a waste of time? Potentially. Probably yes. Okay. I think we're going to leave that. That's what I'm saying, Poopers. 20 years later. Since we were just pushing whole walls back, we're going to be better off just setting new wall points. I'll be able to see the solid wall through the side of the dragon. So, dude, I'm using the same movements as... So frustrating with different movements between programs. Doggone it. No way. Oh, God. Come on, man. Come on, man. How you gonna do it like that? Got it one piece at a time. Are you baking up a storm over there? You baking up the biscuits. Oh, he hears her. He wants to get in on it. Baby, you're in her space. You're in her space. She is the best. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh, she's getting you. She's getting you so good. Get him. Please get him. Please get him. Shh. That's okay. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. That is much better. Okay, so these bottom walls have got to be cleaned up yet and taken down some. I think that's, yeah, like that's the outside that's already poking a hole. Yikes. So that I can't not get pressed out any further. Dang, so tell me we couldn't go any wider than that? Oh, yeah. But we can't bring it down from there, huh? Sheesh. Doggone it. How big could we make this dragon head? Can we just look at this for a second? Are we at maximum length? We could go slightly bigger, but so if it's going to be tight on the if it's going to be tight on the bottom, it should be a perfect fit, honestly. But if it is going to be tight on the bottom, yeah, it should be perfect. All right, let's give that a shot. Can't believe we couldn't subtract it all at once. We should be able to do that. Okay, I'm okay with that. All right, I think the dragon is ready to fly. No. What? Get out of here. Why? Do I possibly need to back it out or move it forwards? I'm going to try. Union is a subtraction is a fucking. Wait, it won't take anything. So I don't understand. I don't understand how sometimes we can do it and other times we can't. And it don't make no sense to me. That don't make no sense. Don't make no sense to me. Come on, you. Come on, you. No way. Oh, dog. Alright, blasted. Don't give me any trouble. Sketch. No. Nope. Really? Tragic. I already agreed to move it forward so much. That'll work. I believe in that right there. Well, that sounds crazy, but I almost think that's could go to print. I know that sounds nuts, but what we might be looking at is pretty close to the final version that the public will see. $100 ridiculous. I wonder. I really do like the Game of Thrones or the Lord of the Rings thing we got going on here. How long have we been going? It's got to be 3-4 hours now. 3:40. Shut blender down. That was a waste of our 10. Have I not been sharing my screen this whole damn time? 3 hours and 40 minutes in? Holy bejeepers. You guys have just been bored just watching me. Just okay. Okay. Whoa. Shit. Is it perfect? No. No, it's far from perfect. Is it sweet? It's Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. Again, we run into the issue where we can make the head really big, but then the wings look really look like little bat wings. But the wings are already maxed out. You can't make the head and the wings the same size. What dragon has wings the size of its head? That's not. Anyway, whatever. Oh, Lord bless it. Lord bless the dragon. What are we calling this? Dragon's breath? The dragon's breath. Head guard. Holy cow. Tactical dragon. I like both. Dragon way better. Tell you what, ain't no two ways about it. It's definitely the tactical dragon. Who knows what's going on? Who knows? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm cold. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is some Puff the Magic Dragon stuff right here. Oh, man. That is just fantastic. Oh man. Oh man. That's all I could say. Just oh man. That thing is cool. It is cool. Is that pretty weird? Yeah, it's pretty weird. I'm not gonna lie. It is. It's real weird. It's real weird. It's real weird, and I really like it. We could definitely do that. Let's scale this down a little bit. Y'all know what I'm looking at. It's so freaking weird, dude. It's so weird. Oh, it's gross. It's like a little gremlin looking at you. It would. You can't do that because it's. I don't don't think that's good. I think you can do that. We definitely do something like I just got to get better with Blender, and then we can design a whole snake pack grip, a grip, snake grip. So I do have some like ship crests. I wonder if there's anything there. I mean, come on. If you're selling 1 or 2 grips a day, I mean, how many do you think you're going to sell of that? Like 1 a year? Something as ridiculous as that? Yeah, but it's available. That's all I'm doing. We just got to make it available for the people and let them decide. We got the standard dragon put together today. That is a thing. $5 in. What did we do? We packed up a bunch of stuff. All right, so it is a nice loose fit up here. Just kind of rides on it. I could probably even get my hand guard, rail guards up there, rail ladders. Apparently, yeah, it'll fit. Get out of here. Nice. Ooh, that's not okay. But that is after it slides all the way back to the base of the handguard. Wah, wah. Only on that one side. Why is that? Am I that off center? Yeah, that one's like way over. Whoa, we're way down here. There she is. Is way off center. Oh, whoa, where'd all my lettering go? What the what? Can't believe that can makes that disappear. That is some hoe ass shit right there. What the Yeah, alright, whatever. I must give up at this point. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, we're coming up on 4 hours. We gotta be right there. the big Pooh Bear's here on the lab getting ready for work time. Oh, the baby got to sneeze. Oh, he's so nice. Does that look off center? It does look off. Whatever. It's fine. I think that is just extra special. Let's turn that sketch off. I know it'll be the 5th time we've disabled it. I like this a lot. I do. As much as I would like to turn these into storage spaces on the side, it's just not practical. It looks like it's a lot of room, but there's no room there at all for storage. There we go. Now everything fits a lot better. Still isn't perfect, but it's still pretty sweet. Good enough. Functional. It's the farthest I could push it. More or less. Yeah. It's pretty sweet. Wow, I didn't expect to get this done today. I'm happy that went as well as it did, even though it didn't at times run as smoothly as we thought it would. All the same, that is ready to go to print. Holy cow. I'm probably going to run a test section right here. Okay, so now I've sliced it, and I'm just taking a small section of it. I kind of want even a smaller section. Nah, that'll be a good test fit. We'll make that. I need to know that my whole hand guard will slide through there without major issue. It's a circle of life. God darn it, I'm so tempted to print the whole thing. I can't. I think that's going to go to print. Version 2. We're not doing it in black, though. Do I have anything to print in black? I don't think I do. I think we can print gray. I think I should get going on this. Well, it's going to be pretty light, that's for sure. We could do that for the whole thing. We can make it ultralight like that. Not if you're charging $300 though. All right. Throw some supports on it. Approximated print time. It's going to be a little bit less than this. I think it's going to be like 7 hours, 8 hours, 8.5. Cost of $1.50. We could swing it for a test. I think that's going to do it for the live stream today. Good job, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I'm sorry the first 3 hours was just me sitting in front of the TV. You guys didn't get to witness any of the frustration. Just know that it's over. We made it through. Peace out. Rock on. Yes.